Hello, my dear adventurers, it's Fox. Welcome back to another evening of shared stories and adventures. With everything going on in the world, and in our own lives really, I've had so many of you asking for a Harry Potter compilation, something familiar and comforting to fall asleep to. So here it is. Hopefully it helps you forget all that noise, just for a little while, and drift off. Tonight, I've put together all my Hogwarts stories to take you across so many different characters and experiences. And loads of them are POV adventures, so you can be right in the middle of the cozy action yourself. And of course, to keep it a little fresh for folks who've already heard all of these, I've added a new short story at the beginning, so there's something for everyone. It's time to forget the here and now. Your only worry is getting to your next lesson on time, getting that Hogsmeade form signed, and not getting caught by the grouchy caretaker when you're up to no good, or exploring the castle after hours. And if you'd like a way to support the channel, consider tossing a galleon over on my Patreon. But now go on and grab your butterbeer, sink into your common room's armchair, and get cozy. Let's begin. You are absolutely not thinking about the Triwizard Tournament. Okay, maybe you are, but you're also thinking about the crystal ball and that disaster of a divination class. More specifically, the words that left your mouth when Professor Delvale had asked what you saw in the mists of fate. Her tall, silk-robed self that reeked of star anise and expectation was leaning over the table, expecting some divine revelation from you. And you, for reasons you may never emotionally recover from, said, "Milky white strands," like you were reading off the back of a dairy bottle. She'd smiled sort of pitifully, like she felt sorry for you, then tapped you lightly on the shoulder as if you'd missed something critical. She drifted onto your seat partner, who, of course, fell immediately into trembling sobs about a vision of her future mistakes and how they'd haunt her forever. Professor Delvale cried too. The whole room went full emotional breakdown, and you sat there like a dunce. By the time class ended, your only clear vision was of running as far from the North Tower as possible, never looking back, and maybe transferring to Beauxbatons or Durmstrang under an assumed identity. You duck past a group of fifth years dragging a reluctant broom between them and stop by the corridor window. The rain's thick and grey, falling sideways like it's got somewhere to be. You check the pitch on instinct, but it's totally empty. Your mates won't be up for flying in that, which is both good, because you're exhausted, and bad, because you're also catastrophically bored. The idea of finishing your transfiguration homework nags you, but you ignore it. Surely one more day of putting it off won't hurt. Instead, you think about the chocolates your gran sent over winter holidays, probably past their expiry date, probably not real chocolate to begin with, but still technically edible. You decide to go back to the common room, find your favorite chair by the fireplace, and snack on them while placing bets on exploding snap card games. Then you let your thoughts drift back to the tournament. In a week, you'll be of age and eligible to put your name in the goblet. You can't chicken out now. You already told all your mates you'd do it, and more than half the school knew your name now because of it. These days, it seemed like you couldn't walk past the courtyard without someone clapping your shoulder, or giving you a wave and smile. It felt good, but you were also terrified, honestly. Not just of the tournament, but the competition you were up against too. Rumor had it that Fiora Fangsley, a sixth-year Ravenclaw and the school's sweetheart, was planning on tossing her name into the pool. And if she got in, well, you might as well start clapping now, because she knew more spells than some of the professors even. You take a turn where you're sure the second-floor portrait of a weasel dressed as a baron used to be, and pause. No weasel, no baron, no idea where the bloody hell you are. The window to your left confirms it. You're too high up to be anywhere near the second floor. The castle grounds look distant, and the groundskeeper's hut is a speck in the fields. You figure that you're somewhere near the west end of the castle, maybe, which is fine. You've been here 6 years. You know this place, and you can find your way back. But something catches your eye. There's a slim oak door up ahead. There's no other rooms or anything on either side. Nothing that suggests there's any purpose at all to this hallway, except for reaching that one doorway. A responsible student would double back, try and find the right corridor, head to the common room before the prefects start their rounds. But that's not you. If the double-digit detentions over the last few years are anything to go by. So you push the door open, and inside is what you can only describe as a library. But not like the main one. No long rows of overburdened bookshelves, no smell of parchment and panic. This is a smaller room, round, warm, and weirdly inviting. There's a tall window with ivy creeping in at the edges, and a reading nook tucked beneath it, like someone designed it just for you. The bookcases are shorter, and the tomes here don't seem to be sorted in any pattern, just fitting oddly at random angles and in random spots. You can see cushions, even a starry blue blanket folded neatly by the nook. Looking over towards the left, you spot a tiny little side table with rounded edges that holds nothing but a brass lamp and a small ink pot. The place is completely empty, but had that feel of being lived in and loved, though long since deserted, which is, of course, when the painting on the wall clears her throat. Terribly rude not to introduce oneself. You jump so hard your shoulder clips a bookshelf. The woman in the painting is tall, severe, and extremely green. Green velvet dress, green bonnet, green gloves. She's got one eyebrow raised like she's waiting for you to fail a manners exam. You say. She echoes, unamused. Do you speak, or shall I continue conversing with the shelves? Sorry, you manage, brushing off the shelf like it's to blame. Didn't think anyone was, alive in here. Not alive, she says sharply, but present. 2 more frames stir beside her. One houses a knight in a rusting suit of armor, who does not stand up but still manages to strike a dramatic pose. He clears his throat and proclaims, "Presence, young one, is the hallmark of honor." The other contains a lounging woman in fine robes, drinking something golden and snorting delicately. Oh, do shut up, Gareth. You haven't stood up since 1632. I conserve energy for noble acts of valor, Gareth huffs. Noble acts of laziness, the robed woman says. They all turn their attention back to you. You get that feeling bubbling up in your chest. That warm, searing excitement of finally stumbling on a secret in a castle full of them. You don't sit down right away, partially because you're still eyeing the knight, Sir Gareth apparently, who looks like the sort of man who calls women wenches, unironically, and partially because the robed woman has leaned halfway out of her frame and is giving you the kind of smile reserved for aunts who know your worst secrets. "I suppose," says the lady in green, "you'd like to know where you are." "That'd be lovely," you say, trying not to sound like someone who very much took a wrong turn and ended up in Narnia. She waves one hand toward the room. This was once the private reading parlour of Archmagister Tilney Brumfield, who loathed the library's ambitious architecture and petitioned for a space to call his own. He also hated children and birds. He was my fourth cousin, twice removed, and I suppose he also hated me. "And you are," you ask. The question must have come off as rude, judging by her offended expression, but you honestly hadn't meant it like that. "I suppose they don't teach you anything notable these days. My, how Hogwarts standards have fallen. I'm the Lady Bluemont." She said it like that settled the matter. If she was a household name, it certainly hadn't been in your home. You wander toward the reading nook. The window glass warps the light just slightly, so the rain outside looks like it's falling through honey. The nook itself is impossibly cozy and snug. You touch the blanket and feel just how soft the material is. You have a strong suspicion it was stitched by house elves or angels. Next, you examine the bookshelves. It's just rows of identical spines, matte brown and unmarked. You pull one at random, expecting it to crack with age or puff out dust like the rest of Hogwarts' collection, but it's blank. Like literally every page is just empty parchment, front to back. You shake your head, slightly disappointed. Books for an aesthetic, of course. "Try thinking of something," says a voice somewhere above your left ear. You flinch. There's now a fourth painting awake. It's an elderly man in a starched waistcoat who's got his arms crossed like he's taught 12 generations of Ravenclaws and hated everyone. "What?" you ask. "You're supposed to think," he says, as though explaining tea to a teaspoon. They're Brumfield books. They write themselves. You blink at him. Write themselves. Okay. Yes, you think it writes. Marvelous for those with active imaginations, or mild narcissism, he concludes. You glance back down at the book. Blank pages stare up at you, mockingly. You think for a moment. Try and think of some far-fetched story, like when you're daydreaming during history of magic classes, while doodling characters in the parchment margins. You picture a boy named Ollie with a crooked grin and mismatched socks who gets dragged into a magical conspiracy involving talking toads and a wand that's allergic to lies. He has a younger sister who's much better at magic than he is, and they both live on the edge of a floating marsh. There's a broom they stole from the wicked witch of the bog. A whole assorted mess of ideas forms in your brain. The page trembles and ink spills out. You stare as more and more words appear. Sir Gareth harumphs from his frame. At last, a worthy reader graces our halls. The robed woman sips her drink, and hushes him again. You sit down and lose yourself for hours in the story. The second you get bored, you pick up a different tome, and this time imagine some Muggle space adventure, though you're sure you've muddled the specifics. Afternoon melts into evening, and evening dissolves into night. You almost consider falling asleep here, but decide against it at the last moment. It'd probably take you forever to get to class from this side of the castle. And you'd really rather not get another howler from Gran about your rule breaking. But the next day, you skip lunch and go straight there after lessons. You made up some excuse to dodge your mates, who all wanted to play some pranks on an annoying Slytherin prefect. It's raining even harder today, and the school poltergeist enchanted a magical hole in the ceiling of the grand staircase. So your robes are soaked by the time you reach the tower corridor. But the moment you step inside the little library, everything's warm and dry. The air smells a bit like cinnamon and chalk. There's a new cushion on the window seat that's a deep, velvety plum colour. You open the same book you'd put down yesterday. Ollie's story is right where you left off, and he's currently trying to convince a goat to lend him passage through a cursed glen. It's not going too well for him. The paintings greet you like a regular back for another visit. "Afternoon, dear," says Lady Green, adjusting her bonnet. "Did you bring us a plot twist today?" "He'd better," mutters Waistcoat. "The last chapter was all adjectives and no action." You tell them to be patient and that treachery might just come into play. Sir Gareth raises his sword a full 2 inches in approval. "Excellent. Nothing quite like betrayal to stir the soul and light the fierce flames of revenge." You read for hours again, and eventually your stomach growls really loudly. You sigh and lean your head back. "I forgot to eat." You apologize to nobody in particular. The robed woman, who was now sprawled sideways across her chaise, gestures lazily toward the wall. "Well, just ask for something from the window," she says casually. "What window?" You begin, following the direction she pointed out. Then you see it. There's a tiny arched window opening, set low into the stone, near the floor, like something meant for an exceptionally polite cat. You'd swear it wasn't there yesterday. Inside, on a small plate, is a stack of biscuits. Not like the rock-hard ginger ones from the Great Hall either. These are golden, buttery, and flaky. You look up. Where in the blazes did this come from? "Magic, dear child. Goodness, don't you know you're at a school for magic?" says Lady Green haughtily. Don't listen to her. It's a rogue house elf, is what it is, replies Waistcoat. "Who cares?" interjects the robed woman. "Eat." You do. You eat until your stomach hurts. Each day after that is the same. You come back. You read. You write. You think. You tell the books what you want, and they give it to you. Chases, romances, betrayals, puzzles, beasts. The nook feels like it was made to fit your body exactly. The paintings argue and bicker and shout advice at your stories. Sometimes you argue back. One afternoon, there's a steaming bowl of charmed tomato bisque and golden goblin toasties tucked into the window nook. You thank the air, and of course, nobody answers. On the fifth day, Sir Gareth tries to give you advice about the Tri-Wizard tournament. Face every challenge as if it's your last, he declares. Charge in, sword drawn, heart pure. He's never charged so much as a bow truckle in his life, dismissed the robed woman, whose name you come to learn is Alice Appersole. You ought to stand back and assess. Let those other fools barge into the fray and learn from their mistakes. Cleverness will get you further than bravery, though I'm sure that's not what your Gryffindor pride would like to hear. You laugh, and you let yourself think about the tournament. What you'd do, what spell you'd open with, who'd cheer for you. You wonder if there'd be a dragon to face, or maybe a horde of Dementors. Oh, but what if they're boggarts instead? And it's just a trick. You hope there won't be too many riddles, although you suspect Alice might have a trick or two up her sleeve to help with those. You picture the crowd, the maybe, maybe not dragons. The applause. You fall asleep curled up in the nook with the book resting on your chest. And when you wake up, the plates are gone. The rain is still tapping gently on the window, and you feel calmer than you've felt in months. The week trickles by in the same quiet golden rhythm, pages filling themselves with Ollie's dubious adventures, teacups appearing whenever your fingers twitch in longing, and the paintings offering their usual chorus of opinions whether or not you ask for them. Sir Gareth, at one point, attempts to demonstrate a sword technique from his chair and nearly decapitates a bowl of plums. And Lady Green, excuse you, the Lady Bluemont, insists you're developing a positively artistic slump to your shoulders, darling. It's peaceful. You forget, for a time, that things outside the tower room are moving forward. But they are. And the night of the choosing arrives whether you're ready or not. The great hall is ablaze with lantern light, and the floating candles are bobbing lower than usual, casting the whole place in a purple glow that was definitely enchanted for added effect. The goblet of fire stands at the front, perched inside its claw-footed pedestal. It looms large, and every eye is on it. The whole room's buzzing like a beehive. You sit at your table, half listening to someone beside you whisper predictions in a sugar-rushed haze. The words bleeding together into a background hum. Your friends surround you with encouraging words and warm embraces, but you just feel a bit sick right now. When the first name flies from the goblet, it's predictably none other than Fiora Fangsley. She rises to her feet with a smile that could melt chocolate. The Ravenclaw table cheers like she's already won. She curtsies and blows them a kiss. You try really, really hard not to roll your eyes. The second name comes shortly after. Pax Mallory of Hufflepuff, shy and soft-spoken, who once helped you repot a screaming mandrake without saying a word. He looks shell-shocked. His housemates pound his back until he's halfway down the aisle. The third name is Cassian Greaves. He's the Slytherin pick, a rumoured duelist, known heartbreaker, and for some reason, he is always wearing gloves. The announcement is met with a mixture of admiration and the kind of fear usually reserved for rabid hippogriffs. Your breath quickens and your heart hammers in your ears. You suddenly half hope it isn't you, and the other half begs and pleads for the glory of even being chosen. The goblet flares again, and then your name. You don't hear it so much as feel it, like someone dropped a gobstopper down your spine. You're not sure how you get to your feet. Maybe your mates had to pull you up. Your legs are working independently of your brain. Your mouth is dry. Your heart is not beating so much as slamming against the inside of your ribs like a trapped owl. People are staring. You don't really have the chance to process how you even feel, because the Gryffindor table has absolutely lost it with glee. Thumps and cheers and claps and hugs. You stand with the other champions. Fiora nods approvingly at you, and you feel a bit bad. Maybe she's all right after all. The Hufflepuff champion shakes your hand and says something you don't quite register. Cassian just regards you coolly and offers most of his attention to the gaggle of admirers congratulating him. Later, after the craze has died down and the headmaster has shooed everyone out of the Great Hall, you run. Not to your dorm or the impromptu party your friends decided to throw in your honor. You go to the tower. Your feet take you there on instinct, up the twisting stairs, through the turns you've taken every day for the last week. You're already reaching for the door when it's gone. The slim oak frame, the brass handle, gone. Just cold stone, and a slightly disinterested portrait of a weasel dressed as a baron. You spin in place, then slap your hand flat against the wall where the door should be, and when nothing happens, you do it again. "Come on," you say aloud. "Please." You stand there for a long time, palm against stone, breathing unevenly, until the hall finally cools and you realize no one's coming. You go back to your dorm with a kind of hollow shuffle, feeling a sense of loss for something you're not too sure how to explain. You get into bed without brushing your teeth. You close your eyes and wonder if you'd quite literally hallucinated everything that had happened since that divination class. Maybe you were still in it, and the fumes in that room had finally gotten to your head and drove you crazy. But in the morning, there's a book by your bed. It's definitely not one of your vampire muggle novels that you pretend not to like. This one is wrapped in plain brown paper and tied with green velvet ribbon. No note, no name. You sit up slowly, rubbing sleep from your eyes, and untie the bow. The cover is blank, like a signature Bromfield book. But when you open it, page after page is filled with neat, careful ink in a handwriting you don't recognize. Chapter 1. On escaping manticores with grace and all your limbs intact. You flip further. Chapter 3. The subtle art of confidence spells that actually work. Chapter 7. A knight's commentary on bravery and also what not to do around fire. Appendix B. Forbidden charms that probably won't get you caught, but might. You sit very still for a long time. Then you laugh, quietly, and it sounds a little bit like crying. The spine creaks slightly as you hold it open. At the bottom of the last page is a note in the margins. You'll do fine, or you'll perish dramatically. Either way, we expect a good story when you're back. It starts with Yulefire Cocoa and a defense against the dark arts essay. The fire in the Gryffindor common room crackles, warming the thick stone walls in the middle of an especially cold winter, made all the more cozy by the red and gold banners hanging overhead. The air smells like old parchment, melted wax, and cinnamon, homely and intoxicating all at once, like the kind of place where great ideas are supposed to be born. Unfortunately, though, your brain didn't get the memo, and it just refuses to cooperate. It's your second night taking a crack at your defense against the dark arts homework, but the essay sits before you, unfinished, taunting you. The only thing you've managed to write so far is the title. Inferi. Identification and defense. It's a topic that should be easy enough if you had been paying attention during class, instead of trading quips with Leo Lockmere, your best friend and standout Ravenclaw genius. Now, your parchment remains pathetically blank, and your quill drooping in defeat. You start doodling a little sketch of an inferi on the corner of the paper, trying to remember any detail at all about them, other than the fact they look creepy. You take a sip of your cocoa, letting the peppermint warmth spread through your chest. But even the tiny enchanted marshmallows floating in snowflake patterns can't inspire any academic brilliance. The longer you stare at the assignment, the more your mind drifts, mostly to the thought of chucking the whole essay into the fire and telling your professor that a poltergeist ate it. Your cat, Shimmer, pads towards you and nudges the back of your hand ever so gently. A delicate press of soft fur and whiskers, as if saying you may as well pet her since you're not doing any writing. She starts swiping at the strings of your Gryffindor hoodie, practically commanding you to pay her attention. So you sigh, defeated, and reach out, scratching behind her ears where the silver-colored fur is softest. She tilts her head slightly into your touch, purring like a muggle car engine. You're about ready to just call it a night. But that's when you hear it. A muted, hushed whisper from across the common room. Your ears perk up, and you casually lean back in your chair, stretching like you're just taking a break. From your vantage point, you spot him. Vance Dupont. He's a 6th year and a notorious rule breaker, possibly Hogwarts' most decorated recipient of detentions. If there were an award for most creative ways to break school rules, Vance would have retired the trophy years ago. He's also incredibly smug and could stand to be knocked down a few pegs. He's huddled near the fire with one of his friends, talking really quietly. Normally, you wouldn't pay much attention. Vance is always up to something. But then you catch 2 words that send a jolt of curiosity through you. Restricted section. You sit up straighter and try to listen harder, but the pops and hisses from the fire and just the general murmur of the common room make it impossible. There's second years playing wizard's chess. A girl who's reading a book that's been enchanted to speak the words aloud. And other sources of noise you can't bother to pinpoint. You glance at your wand, a plan already forming. Subtlety isn't your strongest suit. But Leo always says that brilliance and recklessness often share a common ancestor. You close your book, casually pull your wand out from the front pocket of your hoodie and mutter, Sonicus. As you say the words, you tilt your wand up slightly, angling it towards your ears. The charm sharpens your hearing just enough. Suddenly, the whispers become clear. My dad told me about it, Vance is saying proudly. A book in the restricted section. It's got legendary hexes, powerful ones, mate. Spells Hogwarts doesn't even teach anymore. His friend whistles low under his breath. No wonder it's locked away. Yeah, well, I plan on getting it before anyone else does. See if I can't use some of the spells against the Slytherin dueling champion in next month's competition. You hear Vance reply confidently. A slow grin spreads across your face. This is your chance. You love a good story. And what better story than being the one who found a legendary forbidden book before Vance Dupont? If you pull this off, your name will be whispered in the halls of Hogwarts for years. People will tell tales about it. First years will gasp in awe when they hear about the student who outwitted the greatest troublemaker of their time. But you can't do it alone. No. You need someone clever. Someone with a knack for solving problems, outsmarting professors, and pulling off impossible things. You need Leo. You gather your things into your arms. Your homework seeming way less important now, and make your way up the stairs to the dormitory. You hadn't made your bed that morning, since you'd woken up late for your first class, and barely had time to put on your school robes before heading out. As you're trying to fluff your pillow, Shimmer perches on your trunk and looks up at you expectantly, waiting for her usual nighttime treat. All right. You laugh and pull open the bedside drawer, taking out a metal tin filled with snitch nibbles. You toss it in the air, watching as the tiny golden treat hovers just above the floor for a second, before Shimmer pounces on it and gobbles it down, flicking her tail happily. You slide under your messy sheets and stare up at the ceiling. You should sleep, you really should. But you can't stop thinking about the glory of finding that book. You imagine yourself being lifted on the shoulders of your fellow Gryffindors, showing off the new spells that only you've managed to master. Maybe even getting your crush to finally notice you. As you sink into your pillow, thinking of increasingly outlandish scenarios, like saving the entire school from dark wizards with your new special spells, you find yourself fast asleep. The next morning, you're late again, to no one's surprise. You throw on a freshly laundered sweater, a bold navy blue one, with the Puddlemere United Quidditch team emblem stitched across the back. By the time you make it down to the Great Hall, Most of the students are already midway through breakfast, and the enchanted ceiling above is a perfect winter sky. Soft clouds swirling around the golden sunbeams that filter through the castle's high windows. Today, the offerings were an assortment of freshly baked bread, buttered porridge, and treacle tarts. No matter how exhausted you were, even during exam season, the smell of Hogwarts breakfast always cheered you up. But you barely register any of it today, because Leo Lockmere is, once again, attempting alchemy at the Ravenclaw table. You spot him immediately, mostly because half his table mates are leaning away from him in suspicion, and his curly blonde hair is not combed through in the slightest, as usual. He squints at his goblet of pumpkin juice, taps his wand against the rim, and mutters something under his breath. The liquid inside shifts, darkens, then suddenly turns a disturbingly bright red. Leo takes a cautious sip and immediately grimaces, sticking his tongue out in disgust. You slide into the seat across from him, offering a sympathetic look. Please tell me that was a breakthrough in transfiguration, and not another one of your attempts to turn pumpkin juice into fire whiskey. Leo coughs once, then glares at his goblet. Why does it always taste like melted crayons? You glance at the cup, then back at him. Because you're not a potions master, Leo. Not yet, at least. He shakes his head and pushes away the offending goblet. That was my last try anyways, he says, as he scoops some more porridge onto his plate. That's a lie, and we both know it. You snag a slice of toast, slather it with butter, and take a bite. Besides, I've got something better than fire whiskey to wake you up. Leo raises a curious eyebrow, already reaching for the hem of his sleeve to wipe his glasses, which you know by now is his tell when he's interested. You wipe the corner of your mouth and lean in slightly. Listen to this. Vance Dupont. Restricted section. A book full of spells Hogwarts doesn't even teach anymore. Leo stills, then grins. Now, that is interesting. You nod, lowering your voice. I overheard him in the common room last night. He's planning on sneaking in and getting it himself. I say we beat him to it. Come on, don't make me do this alone. Leo's already thinking. You can see it. His fingers drum lightly against the table, and he's chewing slowly, mulling over his thoughts. Finally, he swallows and exhales. All right, I'm in. You reach over and give his shoulder a victorious punch. You do realize you're the only Ravenclaw I know who's just as daring as he is smart. You tease. Honestly, mate, I think the Sorting Hat made a mistake. Maybe you should have been in Gryffindor with me. Leo flicks a piece of toast crust at you. In between bites of breakfast, you hammer out the details together. You agree to meet under the portrait of the sneezing knight with the bouquet of roses on the ground floor. It's a solid choice. There's usually less foot traffic there. Any ideas for sneaking into the restricted section? It's not exactly the easiest place to get into. You probe Leo. Leo smirks, leaning back slightly and tossing a look over at another table, where a few other students are sitting. I might know a bloke. A fifth-year prefect owes me a favor. You roll your eyes, but humor him anyways. And why does a fifth-year prefect owe you a favor? Leo waves a hand dismissively. I may have helped him out with his transfiguration homework last week. You fold your arms. Helped, as in, you did it for him? He gasps, clutching his chest. How dare you suggest such a thing? That would completely violate Section 12, Subsection B of the School Rules for Academic Integrity and Fair Spell Work. You give him a flat look. Fine, he admits. I did it for him, but it was a lot of work, so honestly, this is just the universe balancing things out. I'm going to call in the favor for 2 bottles of invisibility draft. I heard he bought a whole bunch in Hogsmeade last week, so he can sneak off to his girlfriend's dormitory. You hum thoughtfully, already impressed. You knew the draft only lasted 10 minutes, which, yeah, wasn't much, but with the right timing and the right distractions, you could make it work. You raise your goblet in a toast, and Leo clinks his against yours. Apparently, he's forgotten all about his failed experiment there. So as soon as he gulps down a sip, he's back to coughing and cursing. You can't bring yourself to focus throughout the day on anything at all, really. You forget to bring your textbook to Defense Against the Dark Arts and end up sharing one with Polly Parker, a fellow Gryffindor, who's wearing a perfume so flowery and sweet that it stings your eyes. She's nice, though, and even lets you copy some of her homework about the Inferi that you never ended up finishing last night. As the professor is making the rounds to collect the essays, she elbows you, and you quickly fold yours up and start looking around casually to not look like you've been cheating. Next was potions class, and you make it exactly 10 minutes into the lesson before it all goes wrong. The dungeons always smelled the same, like damp stone, burnt herbs, and something caustic bubbling away in some cauldron. It was an old, tired scent, seeping into the wooden work tables and into the folds of students' robes. The potions master, Professor Mortimer, is pacing at the front of the class, with his arms crossed over his dark forest green robes. He's lecturing about the intricacies of today's potion. Cinnabar solution, he says in a deep, polished voice, is a highly temperamental potion, useful in both medicinal and alchemical practices. He gestured to the cauldron simmering on his desk. Unlike most potions, which took on murky, bubbling consistencies, this one was a brilliant shade of red, clear as a ruby, swirling gently like liquid glass. When brewed correctly, Cinnabar solution can be used to treat magical burns and soothe irritation caused by botched hexes, he said, barely giving pause for anyone to take coherent notes of any sort. However, if a single ingredient is added in the wrong sequence, or if the solution is overheated, the effects become unpredictable. One drop of misbrewed Cinnabar solution on the skin, can induce anything from temporary paralysis to spontaneous combustion. Professor Mortimer surveyed the class, taking in the way a few students had gone pale. "Your instructions are on the board," he said, flicking his wand lazily. "Begin." You slice up a sprig of firemint, making sure to keep the cuts even. You knew Mortimer deducted points if he so much as saw a jagged edge. You grind phoenix ash into a fine powder. Then carefully, very carefully, add 3 drops of purified salamander oil to the mix. Across the room, Leo is working methodically, like someone who actually likes this class. His potion is already starting to turn a light, rosy pink, which of course is exactly the right color at this stage. Yours is less promising. You glance at the instructions, but your mind keeps wandering. Vance. The book. The plan. Your hand moves on autopilot, reaching for the powdered firethorn petals. But that was step 4. You hadn't finished step 3. You were supposed to stir twice counterclockwise, then once clockwise to stabilize the mixture. The moment the powder hits the potion, you know you've done something wrong. The solution in your cauldron, which had just been a watery orange, darkens too fast. The steam rising from the surface turns from a light mist to thick, rolling smoke. Your stomach sinks. Mortimer looks up from his desk, and his eyes narrow to slits, like a snake's. No wonder he's also the head of Slytherin, you think to yourself. Stop. His words are like the crack of a whip, and the entire class goes quiet. You freeze, the ladle still halfway submerged in the potion. A single, ugly plop bubbles to the surface and gives off a smell that can only be described as burnt socks mixed with some old cabbage. The potion inside is almost black now, shot through with deep crimson veins. A few students snicker behind their hands, but Mortimer is not amused, and he flicks his wand, vanishing the entire cauldron in a clean, effortless movement. The foul smoke dissipates instantly, leaving only the sharp tang of burnt ingredients in the air, and a sense of embarrassment on your part. You will scrub the cauldrons after class, he says, already moving on. Without magic. You slump in your seat. Leo, from 2 tables over, bites his lip to keep from laughing. A half-hour later, you're still in the dungeons, scrubbing away at charred potion sludge. All the other students are on lunch break. Today's special was going to be pixie plum and chicken pie. Maybe Leo will save you a slice, you think, wishfully, and glance up at Mortimer, who's busy grading essay papers. You hope yours isn't somewhere in that pile. By the time you're released from your sentence, you're already late to herbology. Seems to be a recurring pattern with you. You full-on sprint to Greenhouse 4, arrive breathless, and feel very much not ready to face Professor Nettles. Decided to join us after all? She says, looking up from where she's pruning a rather agitated-looking shrivel fig. She doesn't sound mad, though. At least not enough to take points off from Gryffindor. You run a hand through your hair nervously, trying to explain that it really wasn't your fault. But she cuts you off, handing you a pair of dragonhide gloves. Your group is working with charmed ivy, she says. Try not to get strangled. You'd think that might have been her attempt at a joke, but it really wasn't. The ivy is a sprawling, deep green plant with twisting vines, and it's very much alive. It reacts to movement, curling and shifting as you and the other students try to prune and repot it. It takes you a solid 20 minutes just to get the plant into its new container. One vine manages to loop around your wrist and refuses to let go until Nettles gives it a firm warning. When the clock chimes and class ends, you have 2 new scratches and the firm belief that the plant was actively trying to kill you. Well, at least that was the last lesson of the day. Now you've just got to get through Quidditch practice. The late afternoon sky stretches overhead in broad strokes of gold and deepening blue. The last streaks of sunlight bleeding through thick clouds rolling in from the mountains. It's windy today, and you can even feel the small droplets of rain caress your cheeks. But nothing short of a storm can cancel Quidditch practice. So here you are, gripping your broom and actually trying to focus. You love Quidditch. You're the type that goes to games with your family every summer and practiced with your cousins in the backyard every year, since you were old enough to mount a miniature broom. But right now, you'd rather be in the common room, getting ready for tonight's library heist. Your team captain, Davies, is already barking out instructions, pacing along the sideline with her typical intensity. She's a 6th year, tall and confident, with the kind of natural presence that makes people listen. Her black hair is slicked back into a ponytail, and she's talking loudly, trying to drown out the sound of jeers from the 2nd-year Slytherins sitting in the stands, with nothing better to do, apparently, than crash team practice. We're running defensive drills first, she calls out. Our chasers have been too predictable with their passing, and our beaters need to put a little more intent behind those blows. Goodness knows the Slytherins lace every hit with more malice than skill. She claps her hands, and you lift your head, blinking back into focus. All right, mount up. You grit your teeth and swing your leg over your broom, kicking off from the ground in one smooth motion. The rush of air past your face is instantly familiar, the weightlessness of flight settling into your bones as you rise higher into the open sky. It feels good, like second nature to you. But it's starting to get dark, and you're ready to bet your best broom that Vance is probably already on his way to the library. The first drill is simple. Or it should be. The chasers run coordinated passes down the pitch, weaving between one another, while you track the quaffle, keeping yourself in position to defend the goalposts. It's instinctive. Your body knows these movements. The way to shift your weight. The way to read a player's tells before they make their shot. The way to adjust your stance to gain that extra half second of reaction time. But your head isn't in the game, and it shows. A blur of red cuts toward you. Davies faking left before feinting hard right. And before you process what's happening, the quaffle is already past you, sailing clean through the goalpost. You snap your head around, stunned. Davies doesn't say anything, just gives you one look before catching the quaffle and passing it back to the chasers. The next shot comes faster. You push forward, adjusting your grip, forcing yourself to lock in. But the moment you hesitate, it's over. The quaffle soars past your outstretched hand, brushing past your fingertips before slipping through the goalpost for the second time in under a minute. The whistle shrieks and you wince. Time for a legendary Davies telling off. You almost wish you were still scrubbing cauldrons. "What was that?" Davies demands, flying up to meet you. "Are you asleep?" "No," you mutter. She gestures toward the goalposts. Sure as hell looked like it. You resist the urge to sink lower on your broom. The rest of practice goes a bit better. You make a few impressive saves to make up for the mistakes. Even the Slytherin onlookers can't make fun when a chaser hurls the quaffle toward the right hoop. And without thinking, you kick your broom into a tight barrel roll, twisting midair to snatch the ball inches from scoring. Practice ends, and you rocket towards the ground, patting your teammates on the back. Davies pulls you off to the side and puts a hand on your shoulder. "Hey, sorry if I was a bit hard on you earlier. I know what you're capable of, and that your saves have won us some tight games. Everyone has off days. Keep it up, we've got the House Cup in the bag this year." You flash her a smile, and just before you're about to respond, the headmistress' voice echoes through the pitch, no doubt amplified with a sonorous charm. You frown. This kind of thing is basically just for emergencies. All students are to be aware that a curfew will be in effect tonight, she announces. Due to a recent breakout from Azkaban, Dementors will be patrolling the school grounds. All students are to remain in their common rooms after 7 p.m. Any student caught breaking the rules will face serious consequences. You drag a hand down your face and pinch the bridge of your nose. Well, that complicates things for sure. Professors will be doubling patrols. Prefects will be milking their newfound authority for all it's worth. And worst of all, Rascal Rollo, Hogwarts' resident menace of a poltergeist, will be hunting for trouble just for his own amusement. You duck into the common room just before curfew hits, dropping your bag unceremoniously onto one of the chairs by the fire. Around you, students are settling in, some already pulling out books, others gathered in small groups, chatting in low voices. A few are grumbling about the Dementors, peering out of the windows to see if they can catch a glimpse. But it's raining too hard. A couple of classmates you get along with nicely wave you over, inviting you to a game of wizard's chess. But you shake your head, saying you'd love to some other time. But you've got to catch up on some homework for now. You even field off a few eager first years who'd been watching your practice and hoping to get some pointers for their Quidditch tryouts. You don't have the luxury of postponing your plans. If you wait, Vance will get there first. So you do the only thing you can do. you slip out before anyone notices. The corridors feel different at night, more dangerous. You're always reminded that this is a huge castle, filled with secrets, shadows, and things you probably wouldn't find even after spending 7 years in this place. You move quickly and keep to the edges of the hallway as you make your way toward the main staircase. You're just about to step down when the staircase shifts. You groan, realizing you'll need to wait a minute until it returns. You glance behind you, then peek down to see if there's anyone headed up your way. Your foot taps nervously along the edge. Just as you think maybe you ought to relax and stop looking so guilty, you heard noise coming from a floor below. Voices. Professors, it sounds like. You freeze. They're standing just out of sight, but you can make out a few words here and there. Abysmal owl results. One of them is saying, their tone edged with thinly veiled disappointment. Not surprising, the other mutters, constantly distracted during lessons, ever since they let them bring those muggle devices into the castle. The rules are too lax now, if you ask me. Why, if it were up to me? You don't get to hear the end of that sentence. Then the conversation shifts, and suddenly they're talking about the Dementors. I still say it's unnecessary. The first professor continues, voice clipped. Back in Dumbledore's day, he never would have allowed this to happen. They wouldn't be here if the Ministry didn't deem it necessary. The second one interrupts. Azkaban has never had this many escapees at once. Some of them are still unaccounted for. But the good news is, the professors are too engrossed in their own discussion to pay attention to their surroundings. You take the opportunity to slip past, moving as quietly as possible, hoping that the grinding sound from the stone shifting covers the patter of your footsteps. One problem down, several more to go, and trouble is right around the corner. Just as you think you've made it to the main floor, a flash of silver catches your eye. It's a new prefect, the kind that's way too enthusiastic about their new title, and wore their shiny silver badge like a medal of honor, waving it at students like it's an enchanted shield warding off disobedience. He's in the middle of barking orders at a pair of Ravenclaw third years, who look beyond done with him. But we just got out of class. One of them protests, crossing her arms. The prefect waves them off. Doesn't matter. Curfew's in effect, and I don't care where you were. Get to your common room, now. One of them opens their mouth to argue, but their friend grabs their sleeve and drags them away, muttering under their breath about how power goes straight to some people's heads. And then, because your luck is absolute rubbish today, the prefect turns around in your direction. You duck quickly behind the nearest suit of armor, heart hammering in your chest. The footsteps get closer. Then, a ridiculous idea hits you. You pull out your wand, aim at his badge from over the suit of armor's shoulder, and whisper, Wingardium Leviosa. The The prefect lets out a very undignified squawk as his badge lifts clean off his robes and floats gently away from him. It glides down the corridor like a very small, very determined ghost. There's a beat of horrified silence. Then the prefect yells out, "My badge," and immediately takes off after it, sprinting full speed down the hall, arms outstretched. You don't wait around to see how long it takes him to catch it. You move. When you reach the corridor on the main floor, Leo is already there, waiting. He's leaning casually against the wall, right under the painting of the sneezing knight, looking annoyingly smug. "What took you so long?" he asks. You don't dignify that with a response. Instead, you just hold out your hand, palm up. Leo grins and pulls 2 tiny vials from his robe pocket. Inside, the liquid is a swirling, shimmering silver. The invisibility draft. Not as good as an invisibility cloak, not by a long shot, but good enough in an emergency. You take yours, tucking it carefully into your pocket. "We should save these." Leo nods. "Agreed." And just as you're about to move, you hear what is quite possibly the loudest "achoo" you've ever heard. Above you, the portrait of the sneezing knight lets out a violent, earth-shattering sneeze, and his enormous red nose nearly knocks the roses out of his own hands. You stare at him. He sniffs loudly, then sneezes again. And then, because the universe definitely hates you today, a voice whooshes toward you, sharp and gleeful, no doubt drawn by the noise. Well, well, what have we here? It's Rascal Rollo. The poltergeist appears in a swirl of light, hovering upside down in midair, hands clasped in unrestrained delight. His transparent form crackles with mischief, his toothy grin stretching wide and menacing. "Out past curfew, are we?" he coos. Leo groans and cusses a word that even makes your eyes widen. 2 students. Out past curfew. This is the single greatest opportunity of Rascal Rollo's afterlife. He flips upside down, resting his chin on his hands like a schoolgirl about to hear the latest scandal. Now, my little miscreants," he croons. "What exactly do you think you're doing?" Leo sighs, pushing up his glasses. This is unfortunate. Rollo somersaults mid-air, cackling. Oh, this is delicious. He twirls in place, spinning like a top, before clapping his hands together. Shall I wake the entire castle, summon a professor? Or better yet? His grin sharpens, and eyes glitter dangerously. Hand you both over to the Dementors. Oh, what fun that would be. Maybe they'd let me keep a finger as a souvenir. Leo raises a hand. All right, you pest, hold on. Rollo pauses. Yes, dear Leo. Leo leans forward, adopting a casual tone. We both know you don't really care about curfew. Rollo tilts his head. Don't I? You don't, Leo insists. You just like a bit of fun. Rollo spins mid-air, considering. True. He flips upright, twirling his spectral fingers. But nothing is more fun than getting two students in colossal trouble. Leo shrugs. That depends. You glance at him, not entirely sure where he's going with this. Rollo's interest is piqued, though. He leans in. I'm listening. Leo makes a show of wiping his glasses with his sleeve. We both know you don't really care about curfew. But you love games, don't you, Rollo? The poltergeist's eyes gleam. Obviously. So, Leo continues. How about this? A riddle off. You ask us a riddle, and we ask you one in return. We go back and forth, and if you win, you can report us to anyone you like. But if we win, you let us go and forget you ever saw us tonight. You shoot Leo a very sharp, very concerned look. But he's busy staring down the ghost. Rollo claps his hands together, his excitement spilling out in little bursts of light. This is positively devious. He spins backward through the air, giggling wildly before snapping back into place, perfectly still. Very well, you've got yourself a game. You're not entirely convinced this was a good idea, but you don't have time to argue. Because Rollo clears his throat, straightens his ghostly collar, and poses his first riddle. I have keys, but open no locks. I have scales, but weigh no rocks. What am I? Leo barely takes a second before answering. A piano. Rollo sighs theatrically, but his excitement doesn't falter. Correct, he sings. You've never felt as grateful as you do at this moment. To have a Ravenclaw for a best friend. Then Rollo's grin returns full force. Very well, little Leo. Your turn. Leo pushes his glasses up his nose, then says, a creature once soared but no longer flies. Its body is heavy. Its limbs fossilized. It ruled the land before wands were cast. But now in the ground, it sleeps at last. Rollo's brows furrow. He tilts his head, the glow around him sputtering slightly. He mutters to himself, repeating the words under his breath, turning them over like a coin. You can almost hear the gears in his translucent skull turning. A dinosaur. Leo snaps his fingers. Correct. Rollo laughs, loud and delighted. Oh, this is fun. They go back and forth like this for a few minutes, sparring with words and riddles. You'd actually be enjoying this under different circumstances. But then he turns to you, and you realize it's your turn, and you're the tiebreaker. Let's see if your little Gryffindor friend is as clever as you, Leo. He angles his head down towards you, and his voice drops lower, curling like mist. You seek it always, but lose it fast. You cannot reach it, but feel it pass. Though unseen, it moves all things around, and in the end, it can't be found. You feel your stomach sink. This one's harder. You glance at Leo, but he's watching you expectantly. Rollo drums his fingers against his pale chin. Tick, tock, he sings. Not that it matters, time is meaningless to me. And that's when it hits you. You straighten. Time, you say. There's a long pause. Then, slowly, Rollo's face splits into a wild grin. Correct. He drapes himself dramatically over the air, like a fainting damsel in distress. Oh, woe is me, he laments. Defeated at my own game. He waves a dismissive hand. Off with you then, he says. A deal is a deal, and I am nothing if not a gentleman. Run along, little troublemakers, I shall not stop you. But whether the others do, he winks. Well, that's another game entirely. With that, he vanishes, slipping into the shadows of the castle, leaving you and Leo breathless and victorious on the very edge of the library. And just like that, you're in. The library feels so liminal at night. You think to yourself as you take in the sight of the usually busy hall. By day, it's a place of soft quills scratching against parchment, of pages turning in measured silence, of students caught somewhere between stress and scholarly dedication. But now, with the moonlight slanting through the tall arched windows, it feels like something else completely. The shelves stretch high and shadowed, and dust motes drift lazily in the moonbeams, undisturbed by the typical shuffle of people. You and Leo move carefully, weaving between the towering bookcases. You hear footsteps, but not yours. The librarian is still here. Madame Ashworth is a woman so strict she could make a howler regret its existence. She's patrolling the aisles with a single enchanted lantern floating beside her. But she isn't looking for you. She couldn't possibly know you're here, not yet at least. She's on the hunt for something far more common. Students sneaking off during curfew to the far corners of the library, to snog between the astrology and arithmancy sections. You're counting on that to keep her distracted for the time being. But you still need to be careful. If she catches you here, it'd be punishment all the same. Leo nudges you, then gestures toward the restricted section gates. The iron bars loom ahead, twisted with ancient spellwork. A thick brass lock hangs at the center, glowing a dull gold. No simple unlocking charm would get through that. They'd long since made it so that Alohomora no longer worked on it. Now the only thing that could open that lock was a set of keys hanging from a loop around Madame Ashworth's waist. They jingled with every step she took, taunting you. You and Leo shuffle under a table in the corner, conveniently hidden behind some tall stacks. You agree to swipe the keys while Leo provides a distraction. It's pretty basic, but a well-laid-out operation is not something you have the time to formulate at this moment. You both pull out the invisibility draft you'd stashed into your robes earlier, and you tip the potion back against your lips. A rush of cold spreads through your veins, like stepping into a winter wind. and when you glance down, your hands are already beginning to shimmer and blur, the edges of your form dissolving into the air around you. Leo holds up 3 fingers and begins to count down. 2, 1. You move. He sprints away to the other end of the library, and for about 20 seconds, nothing happens. But then, from somewhere behind the distant shelves, there's a loud crash. The sound of books toppling over, followed by an ink pot shattering against the floor. Madame Ashworth whirls toward the sound, her lantern flaring brighter. "Oh, I've got you now," she hisses maliciously, and her robes swish violently as she storms off in the direction of the noise, muttering threats against wayward students. That's your cue. You slip forward, quick and silent, hiding behind a nearby bookshelf just as she disappears around the corner. You follow her, darting from one cover to the next. You're not exactly being a master of stealth, but Leo's distraction provides the perfect amount of noise to cover any awkward steps or shuffles on your part. The keys on her belt jingle again as she moves. She stands still for a moment, craning her neck left and right to determine which aisle to travel down. You take a steadying breath. With a fast sleight of hand, you snatch the key clean off her belt. It's barely a whisper of movement, and she doesn't notice. You don't even exhale. Leo, somewhere deep in the library, knocks over another book. So you use that as your cue to step back and head towards the restricted section. You don't stop moving until you reach the iron gates. Your heartbeat is thudding against your ribs as you jam the key into the lock, turning it with a soft, satisfying click. The enchantments ripple across the metal, unraveling like threads pulled loose from a tapestry. And then the gate swings open soundlessly. You slip inside, pressing yourself against the nearest bookshelf, waiting for Leo. A moment later, he's there. You can't see him yet, but the uneven breathing gives him away. "How much longer on the invisibility?" you whisper. Before he can reply, the effects of the potion start to wear off. You see bits of Leo start to come back, and soon he's standing in front of you with his glasses slightly crooked and smiling ear to ear. "Perfect timing. Nicely done, mate." He applauds you with a quiet clap on the shoulder. Then you both turn and look around. The air inside the restricted section is heavy, almost as if all the forbidden knowledge here weighs it down. The library outside still holds the occasional call out from the librarian, the shuffle of books being returned to their shelves. But here it's quiet. You and Leo exchange a glance. Carefully, you start moving deeper inside. The books here are not like the others. Some are wrapped in heavy chains. Others are old, like really old. Their spines are cracked with age. Their titles worn away, as if time itself has tried to erase them. Some of them whisper, their voices curling around you like fog. The words too soft to make out, slipping away the moment you try to focus. You pass a particularly ominous-looking tome, with a deep, clawed scratch running down its leather cover, and another that pulses slightly, as if it's breathing. Leo pulls a face. "I love books," he mutters, "but I'm starting to rethink that." You realize you don't even know what you're looking for exactly. There's hundreds of books in here easily. Any one of them could be the one Vance was talking about. There's at least a dozen books within your direct vision that hold dangerous curses and spells. You step around behind a corner, moving on to the next aisle, but immediately pull back with a startled look. You raise a finger to your lips, motioning for Leo to stop talking. He looks at you questioningly. Then when you both take a look again, you see, at the far end of the aisle, someone is already here. A figure stands hunched over a black-covered tome, fingers twitching slightly. His wand's tip is lit with the Lumos spell, and he holds it over the pages, squinting to read. The light crosses the angles of his face, and you see who it is. Vance. He hasn't noticed you yet, but his entire body is tense. Shoulders stooped like he's either expecting someone to find him or is already regretting whatever it is he's reading. You and Leo side-eye each other, both very aware of the predicament you're in. You can see him already thinking up a plan, chewing on his bottom lip nervously. You turn your attention back to Vance for the moment. The book looks important. You can't make out the finer details from where you're standing. So you edge closer to a nearby bookshelf and push aside some of the smaller tomes, creating an opening you can peer through. The pages Vance is skimming through seem dark and heavy. Even the ink looks unnatural, written in a substance that is nothing like what you dip your quill into every day. You catch glimpses of what's on the page. Strange symbols, drawings of monoliths, words in a script unknown to you, but also didn't quite seem like it was just a foreign language. Shapes and sketches of creatures that make your brain want to reject them. Vance looks properly spooked. He's always so confident, outlandish. Brave, you think, begrudgingly. You remember during a defense against the dark arts lesson, even the boggart took a while picking out a form to scare him with, and barely seemed to affect him. So for him to look so pale and frightened was definitely something. Leo seems to be on the same track as you, because a second later he taps your shoulder and mimics making a scary face. He jerks his thumb in Vance's direction. He wants to scare him off. It's a solid plan, honestly. Vance isn't expecting anyone else to be here. Actually, come to think of it, how did he manage to get in here anyways? You realize you hadn't seen him all day. Not in any of the lessons. Not even hanging out with his friends, although they're more like admirers, with the way they hang off every word he says. He must have been in the library all day and snuck in before everything got locked down for curfew. You shake yourself back to the present and notice that Leo's walked off a few steps, yanking a large, dirty cloth from a nearby pile of old books. He comes back and drapes it over your shoulders like a cloak. It makes you feel like some cultist or weird priest. Just trust me, okay? Don't freak out, he whispers, pulling out his wand and pointing it at your face. You very much feel like freaking out right now. I mean, you do trust Leo, but a wand pointed at your face feels like a very sensible reason to panic. Then he starts to cast. Ferraverto, Densaugio, Engorgio. Your face shifts. You feel a push and pull, stretching and contorting. It's not painful mostly, just strange. A slow, rippling sensation as your features morph, twisting until you catch your reflection in the polished brass of a nearby nameplate on a shelf. You look horrific, like actual nightmare fuel. Your nose and eyebrows have been engorged to comical proportions. It might have been funny if it wasn't so terrifying. Your ears have been transfigured to look like a bat's, and your teeth look distinctly vampire-like. Leo barely stifles a laugh, clamping a hand over his mouth. Then he raises his wand to his throat, whispers a charm, and lets out a deep, guttural roar. You jump from behind the bookcase into the dim glow of Vance's wand light. You unhinge your jaw, looking positively monstrous and inhuman. Vance's face goes fully white, whiter than any ghost that floats around the great hall, and he screams. He drops the book, trips over his own robes, and bolts, babbling incoherently, nearly knocking over an entire shelf in his desperation to escape. You and Leo double over laughing, almost forgetting that this isn't just some prank you're pulling. But then you remember why Vance ran off in the first place and immediately sober up. How long am I going to look like this? You demand, reaching up and tentatively running a hand over your now grotesque features. Your fingers brush over a snout that definitely wasn't there before. The texture of your skin feeling all wrong. Leo straightens, schooling his features into mock seriousness. He squints as if assessing you like a healer about to deliver a tragic diagnosis. Then he sighs, shaking his head. You should probably start coming to terms with it now, he says. His voice is so grim, it almost sounds real. We could try St. Mungo's, but honestly... He pauses, tilting his head. There's only so much they can do for cases like yours. Your stomach plummets. Then he bursts into another fit of laughter, doubling over again, gripping his ribs. You should see your face now. Your palm meets the back of his head in a smack hard enough to make his glasses jostle. Leo yelps, swatting at you, but he's still grinning. Relax, relax. You'll be fine in an hour. Probably, you ask. He shrugs, far too casual. Give or take. You glare daggers at him, but before you can start plotting your revenge, the book Vance dropped catches your attention, and you both sober up. You bend down, gently touching your fingertips to its spine, curling them around the edge to pick it back up. You hear whispers toying with the edge of your nerves. They're whispering your name. Something about it feels so very wrong. The edges of the book seem to ripple, just slightly, like the ink isn't quite settled on the page. Like it's still moving, rearranging itself just beyond the limits of your vision. A shiver skates down your spine. There's columns of what looks like spells, interspersed with drawings of otherworldly creatures, entities you can't comprehend. You can't liken them to anything else you've learned about. There's one drawing that sort of reminds you of the giant squid in the Black Lake, with the tentacles and all. You don't like this, but you also can't seem to stop yourself from turning page after page, engrossed in the macabre details. Your lips part, and without thinking, without meaning to, you feel your mouth beginning to form words you don't know. This isn't right. You tear your gaze away from the book long enough to spare a glance at Leo, but his expression is unreadable. He's thinking, calculating, but his lips press together in a thin line. And you know him well enough to recognize that he doesn't like whatever answer he's coming up with. If even he doesn't understand this, you think to yourself, then we should not be messing with it. You snap the book shut so hard the sound echoes in the stillness of the restricted section. Leo jolts and takes off his glasses, rubbing his eyes. He exhales and shakes his head. It's not worth it, mate. Whatever's in there isn't something we can use or learn to impress anyone. I think we should take scaring Vance off as a win and bugger off. You don't argue. Grabbing the book, you drown out the whispers it assaults you with again, and toss it into the pile of old, forgotten tomes. Then yank the sheet you'd been wearing over it, and pat it down, as if that somehow makes it more contained, more buried, more gone. Neither of you look away from the pile. Then, as if mutually agreeing to never speak of this again, you turn on your heels and walk away. You and Leo make your way out of the library, walking quickly but carefully, keeping your heads down to avoid drawing any more attention. The librarian's voice carries as she marches Vance off towards the headmistress' office, her tone sharp with irritation. Vance, for his part, is still ranting, wild-eyed and frantic, about a monster lurking in the library's depths. He gestures animatedly, his ink-stained hands leaving smudges on his robes as he insists that something was in there. Not pulling a fast one on me this time, Vance. The librarian snaps. And I'll be having you personally clean up and repair every single one of those ink pots and books you knocked over. You and Leo exchange a look before slipping out of sight, biting back laughter. The sight of Vance being unceremoniously dragged away, still muttering about ghouls and cursed books, is almost too much. That could have been us, you know, Leo says, nudging you in the ribs. But it wasn't, you point out smugly. You even run into Rascal Rollo again, who winks at you both and demands a rematch some other time. You and Leo part ways at the stairwell, agreeing to meet up at breakfast before class. You're obviously going to sleep in and be late again. It's already 1 a.m. The portrait of the fat lady gives you a stern, disapproving look when you offer up the password to get into the Gryffindor common room. You almost think she might report you, but honestly, it just seems like she wants to go back to sleep. You finally reach the dorm, and exhaustion settles into your bones. You change into your sleepwear and climb into bed. but your mind won't quiet. You sigh and stare up at the ceiling, recalling something your defense against the dark arts professor had once said about entities. Things older than recorded history. Creatures slumbering just beyond the veil of understanding, waiting for the right incantation to stir them. Before your thoughts can spiral any further, a familiar weight lands beside you. Shimmer kneads softly into the blanket. "I missed you too," you say fondly. "Next time, maybe I'll take you along for the adventure. I bet you'd be an excellent distraction." Shimmer just meows gently and curls up in the crook of your elbow. With the warmth of her small body and the calming sound of her purring, you finally let your eyes drift shut. Whatever trouble that book might bring, it's a problem for future you. For now, you sleep. If you asked Draco Malfoy, post-war, to name his most harrowing experience at Hogwarts, you might expect him to recount the horrors of the Battle of Hogwarts, the trials that followed, or perhaps the suffocating weight of his family's tarnished legacy. But if you caught him on a day like today, he'd probably tell you the truth. It was this: the sheer agony of standing before a classroom full of first years, trying and failing to teach them a simple shield spell. "No, no, no, wrong," Draco snapped, his voice cutting through the chaos like a whip. "Have you ever held a wand before in your life?" A Gryffindor boy in the front row flinched, his cheeks flushing bright red as his wand emitted a faint puff of smoke. Draco sighed, his fingers pinching the bridge of his nose, a gesture that would become all too familiar to his students. If there was a spell to summon patience, Draco was sure he would have botched it right about now. This was not what he'd signed up for. If he wanted this kind of headache, he could have stayed at Gringotts and kept to his cursed goblets and dragon-guarded vaults. But here he was, wand in hand, surrounded by eager but woefully unskilled students, all looking at him like he was supposed to have the answers to their magical mishaps. The students stared at him expectantly, some with awe, others with thinly veiled trepidation. Draco took a deep breath, trying to channel the demeanor of the teachers he remembered from his own school days. Snape's disdainful authority, McGonagall's unflinching command. Instead, what came out sounded more like exasperated babysitting. "Protego," he said, flicking his wand sharply and effortlessly. A shimmering shield erupted in front of him, glowing faintly before dissipating. "This is your most basic line of defense. It's simple, it's effective, and it's also apparently beyond half of you at the moment." He shot a pointed look at the boy whose wand was still smoking. The boy muttered an apology that sounded suspiciously like, "Sorry, Professor Malfoy," though Draco would swear he heard, "Sorry, Draco," which was something he would have to address later. The class was barely 15 minutes in, and Draco was already contemplating the feasibility of retirement at the ripe age of 35. He glanced around the classroom, taking in the faded posters of magical creatures that hung on the walls, the dust settling on old defense textbooks, and the rows of young wizards and witches looking at him, like he was the second coming of Gilderoy Lockhart, minus the charm or the fraudulent memoirs. Draco paced the front of the classroom, correcting a Ravenclaw's wand posture with a curt flick of his own. The classroom buzzed with quiet concentration, or at least the closest approximation these first years could manage. His eyes drifted to the window where the sun hung low, casting an autumnal glow over the castle grounds. As he tried to mask his growing exasperation, part of him couldn't believe he was back here, in this very classroom, barking instructions at a group of bewildered first years. But let's back up a bit, shall we? If you ask Draco why he was in his first week as the official professor of defense against the dark arts, he'd say it was because McGonagall was far more spry than she let on, and surprisingly relentless when it came to badgering him into things. In truth, Draco hadn't stood much of a chance against her ideals once she had set her mind to it. It had been a typical evening for Draco Malfoy, or at least as typical as evenings got for a former Death Eater turned Cursebreaker. His office at Gringotts was dimly lit, cluttered with ancient scrolls, cursed trinkets, and the general disarray of someone who spent more time wrestling with dark artifacts than organizing his workspace. Draco had been on the brink of calling it a night, when the fireplace flared up with a bright emerald green flash. And there she was, Professor McGonagall, looking every bit the formidable headmistress she was, even through a flu connection. "Mr. Malfoy," she began, her voice sharp and businesslike, with just a hint of that unyielding Scotswoman resolve that Draco had never quite managed to evade. "I have a proposition for you." Draco had barely managed to feign polite disinterest when McGonagall launched into her pitch. The defense against the dark arts position was vacant again, thanks to an ill-fated mishap with the previous professor and a badly aimed hex. A very unfortunate incident during a duel, as I'm told. St. Mungo's expects him to make a full recovery, but it will take time, and the school year starts next week. She sighed. Draco raised an eyebrow, more curious than concerned. "And what does this have to do with me?" Minerva did not have time for silly questions. She needed a professor, and good one. Hogwarts needed someone with Draco's unique experience. She insisted. "Teaching? Me?" Draco had scoffed, reclining in his chair with the practiced indifference of a man who'd spent years pretending not to care. "Surely you can find someone else who hasn't spent the last few years neck-deep in cursed goblets." But McGonagall was relentless. Hogwarts needs someone who understands the darker aspects of magic, someone the students can learn from and respect. Her gaze held steady, challenging him in a way that made Draco's skepticism waver, if only for a moment. After what felt like an eternity of awkward silence, and Draco's half-hearted attempts at deflecting with sarcasm, he'd reluctantly agreed. more to get McGonagall out of his fireplace than anything else. He told himself it was temporary, just a favor to get her off his back and escape the monotony of curse breaking, if only for a while. And maybe, deep down, he'd wondered if there was still something in that castle that felt like it belonged to him. Fast forward to the week after, and his return to Hogwarts had been equally awkward. Crossing the castle grounds, Draco couldn't have helped but feel a surge of conflicting emotions. Nostalgia clashed with a deep sense of unease. And as he entered the Great Hall for the first time in years, it was like stepping into a warped version of his past. The enchanted ceiling twinkled above him, reflecting a dusky sky, and the long house tables were filled with students chattering away, blissfully unaware of their new professor's internal struggle. So there he was, seated at the staff table during the sorting ceremony, feeling strangely out of place, yet irritatingly familiar with every enchanted corner of the Great Hall. The castle hadn't changed much, but Draco had, and he couldn't quite shake the feeling that he was now a visitor in a place that once defined him. Sitting with the other professors had been a surreal experience. Draco had kept his expression neutral, projecting an air of cool detachment that had served him well over the years. But the whispers around him, the occasional stolen glances from students who had only heard of him in hushed tones, prickled at his nerves. It was one thing to live with his past, but quite another to be gawked at like an exhibit in a magical history museum. Draco pretended not to care, his gaze fixed ahead as if nothing could touch him. But on days like these, when the castle's walls whispered of old memories and the students' curious stares lingered a bit too long, the facade was harder to maintain. He told himself it was all just noise, the same old chatter that had followed him since he was a boy. He snapped back to reality as a loud bang echoed from the back of the classroom. Another botched spell. Draco sighed, running a hand through his neatly combed hair. He looked at the clock and clapped his hands, signaling the end of the exercise. That's enough for today. Same time tomorrow. And try not to set anything else on fire. The students groaned, but Draco could see the faintest spark of determination in a few of their eyes. Maybe it wasn't all hopeless after all. As the last of the students shuffled out, Draco lingered at his desk, his gaze drifting to the window where the day's light was fading into a muted glow. He debated retreating to his quarters or nursing a glass of fire whiskey, but decided to be professional, at least for the first week, and continue onto the dining hall as expected of staff. Dinner at the staff table hadn't been much of a respite either. The Great Hall still felt oddly familiar and alien all at once. But now Draco was a spectator to it all, positioned awkwardly at the head of the room. He'd picked at his food, appetite dulled by nerves that he'd never admit to, and caught snippets of conversation that bordered on comically inaccurate. Do you think he's as bad as they say? One brave Gryffindor whispered, a bit too loudly, glancing up at him with a mix of curiosity and defiance. A group of Slytherins nearby snickered, whispering excitedly about Draco's past exploits, like he was some cursed artifact they'd read about in a particularly scandalous textbook. Draco stared down at his pumpkin juice, swirling it with a kind of bored disinterest that he hoped would pass for apathy. But if his grip on the goblet tightened just a little, well, nobody needed to know. The charms professor next to him, a short, sprightly fellow with a penchant for idle chatter, had tried his best to engage Draco in conversation. Some nonsense about wand core comparisons, or the latest in enchanted broomstick safety regulations. Draco, stone-faced and about as inviting as a Hungarian horntail, offered the kind of terse responses that would make even Snape proud. The professor, sensing a lost cause, eventually turned to chat with the groundskeeper, leaving Draco to his private musings. As the evening wound down, McGonagall stood to give her usual end-of-week address, congratulating the students on getting through their first days back. Draco watched as the last of the puddings vanished and the students began to shuffle out, a sea of eager faces heading back to their dormitories. He lingered a moment longer, eyes following the crowd with an inscrutable expression that teetered somewhere between nostalgia and bemusement. Once the hall had emptied, Draco made his way to his new office, tucked away in the dimly lit corridors of the third floor. The path was familiar, too familiar, and as he walked, he couldn't help but recall the many times he'd skulked through these same halls as a student, evading Filch or avoiding the kinds of trouble that always seemed to find him. The portraits on the walls eyed him curiously, their painted inhabitants whispering and pointing, as if he were some peculiar new addition to their collection. He reached the heavy wooden door, pushing it open to reveal the sparse and cold office that was now his. It was a far cry from the cozy, cluttered lairs of the defense professors he'd known, and it suited him perfectly. Impersonal, a little grim, and mostly empty. Draco set his briefcase down, methodically unpacking his meager belongings. A stack of books on dark creatures, a silver pocket watch that once belonged to his father, and a photograph of his mother, still looking elegant and distant as ever. He paused over his worn lesson planner, flipping through the blank pages and wondering, not for the first time, if maybe he should have prepared a little more. But then he smirked, telling himself that if Lockhart had managed this job, surely he could too, and with far less hair gel. A knock on the door pulled him from his thoughts, and McGonagall stepped inside, her usual sternness softened by a tired smile. "Settling in, all right, Mr. Malfoy?" Draco glanced around the room, his expression a careful blend of indifference and resignation, as well as can be expected. She nodded, eyes lingering on the sparse decorations. "You know, it doesn't seem all that long ago that you were causing trouble in these very corridors." Draco chuckled, though it was more a resigned huff than anything genuine. "Feels like a lifetime ago. Funny how things come full circle." McGonagall's smile was knowing, a mixture of warmth and something else, a kind of quiet approval that made Draco shift uncomfortably. "Remember, my door is always open, should you need anything. Or if the students prove too much of a handful." Draco shrugged, forcing a smirk. "I've handled cursed vaults and dark wizards. I think I can manage a few over-enthusiastic kids." It was more for show than anything, a touch of bravado. McGonagall just gave him a look, somewhere between amused and unconvinced, before leaving him to his thoughts. Draco watched her leave, the soft click of the door echoing in the empty room. He turned back to his desk, absently straightening the books and trinkets, as if they were pieces of a puzzle he hadn't quite figured out yet. For all his reluctance and all his doubts, he was here now, back in the place he'd never thought he'd return to. And as the castle settled into its nighttime quiet, Draco allowed himself a brief, hesitant moment of reflection. If you ask Draco, he doesn't care about Hogwarts, about the students, or about teaching. He's only here because McGonagall twisted his arm, and that's the end of it. But maybe, just maybe, on nights like these, when the castle felt a little less daunting, and the idea of another lesson didn't seem quite so unbearable, he'd let himself think that this could be something more than a favor. Just a little bit, though. Nothing more. As the weeks slipped by, Draco found himself begrudgingly sinking into the role of professor, though he'd never admit it outright. Evenings that he'd once spent holed up in his flat were now spent in the library, buried in dusty tomes and obscure manuscripts. He told himself it was just part of the job, finding new ways to keep the students on their toes, throwing in twists to his lessons that would keep them guessing. And if there was a flicker of enjoyment in outsmarting a room full of teenagers, well, that was beside the point. It was all just for McGonagall, after all. The students, however, were proving to be a challenge all their own. They were nothing like the obedient, attentive pupils Draco vaguely remembered from his school days. Or perhaps, he considered with a wry smirk, he'd just blocked out how truly insufferable they'd all been. Cheeky Gryffindors loved to test his temper. Bold Slytherins nudged the boundaries of his patience. And every now and then, a Hufflepuff would pull a prank so absurd that Draco was left speechless. One particularly chaotic afternoon, Draco slumped into his office chair, rubbing his temples and staring at the ceiling as if it might offer some kind of escape. "Were we ever this bad?" he muttered to himself, trying to recall if his own class had been this unruly. But the memory was fuzzy, clouded by nostalgia and the arrogance of youth. Then came one crisp October morning, just before Halloween, when Draco decided it was time to shake things up. Standing at the front of the classroom, he watched as his students fidgeted restlessly. "Tomorrow, we're going into the Forbidden Forest," he announced, delighting in the way their eyes widened and whispers erupted across the room. "We'll be learning about the creatures that lurk in the shadows. Consider it a lesson in defense and keeping your composure when faced with the unknown." The next afternoon, bundled in scarves and cloaks, The students gathered at the castle entrance, shivering slightly at the cold edge in the air. Draco led them across the grounds and into the tangled depths of the forbidden forest, the towering trees swallowing what little daylight remained. Leaves crunched beneath their feet, and the canopy above cast a shadow so thick that it felt like stepping into another world entirely. The forest was alive with movement, the rustling of branches, distant bird calls, and the occasional snap of a twig that made the students jump. "Lumos," Draco muttered, his wand tip glowing with a cool, steady light that cut through the darkness. The air was vibrating with a kind of ancient magic, wild, untamed, and waiting just beyond the trees. Draco couldn't help but feel a familiar thrill, the kind that came with facing the unknown, even if it was just another lesson. He glanced back at the students, their faces lit by the glow of their wands, caught somewhere between fear and awe. "Stay close," Draco instructed, his voice calm but sharp enough to carry through the students' chatter. "This forest is ancient and doesn't take kindly to those who wander foolishly." The words were casual, but the underlying warning was clear. This was no place for playing hero. Draco led them deeper into the woods, eventually stopping at a clearing where an ancient stone circle stood, half buried in ivy and moss. The stones were relics of a long-forgotten past, where old magic once thrummed with power. Draco pointed out the telltale glimmer of acromantula webs hanging from the trees, and demonstrated how to repel a swarm of bowtruckles guarding their precious branches. He was in his element, seamlessly blending knowledge and dry wit, though he'd never admit to enjoying it. Suddenly, Draco halted, raising a hand to silence the group. "Quiet," he commanded, his voice dropping to a tense whisper. "We're not alone." He nodded toward a dark thicket where the shadows seemed to writhe unnaturally, accompanied by a low, skittering sound that set everyone's nerves on edge. Draco's eyes narrowed as the sound grew louder, soon followed by the unmistakable click of mandibles. From the underbrush emerged an acromantula, massive and menacing, each leg as thick as a broomstick and tipped with lethal claws. Its eyes, dark and glittering, scanned the group with predatory intent, deciding whether they were worth the trouble. For a moment, it hesitated, then lurched forward with an unsettling speed. "Wands up," Draco barked, stepping forward with a confidence that didn't quite match the unease twisting in his gut. "Remember your spells. Stay calm and keep your distance." The students scrambled into a rough circle, their wands quivering in their hands. The acromantula hissed, rearing up with venom dripping from its fangs, sizzling as it touched the forest floor. "Impedimenta," Draco cast, his spell striking the creature and slowing its advance, if only briefly. The spider recovered, lunging forward with a swipe of its clawed leg that sent the students stumbling back, spells flying in a frantic attempt to keep it at bay. Stunning spells, knockback jinxes, and hasty shield charms lit the forest in bursts of frantic light. Draco moved with practiced precision, dodging strikes and directing the students like a conductor, guiding an orchestra of barely controlled chaos. "Protego Maxima," he called, casting a shimmering shield that deflected the acromantula's venom with a loud, satisfying sizzle. The creature reeled, momentarily disoriented, and Draco seized the opening. "Stupefy." The spell hit with a bright flash, forcing the creature back. The students rallied, their confidence building as they hurled spells in unison, driving the acromantula back until, with a final screech of frustration, it retreated into the shadows. Draco kept his wand raised for a moment longer, scanning the darkness for any sign of movement before finally lowering it, breathing hard but refusing to show the exhaustion that tugged at him. "That," Draco said, his voice even but laced with the slightest hint of pride, "is what it's like to face a real threat. It's messy, unpredictable, and it certainly doesn't come with a do-over. But you didn't run. You held your ground, and that counts for something." The students stared at him, wide-eyed and adrenaline-fueled, their nerves still raw but slowly giving way to a kind of awe. Even the cheekiest Gryffindors were silent, their usual bravado replaced by the quiet thrill of having faced something real, something that couldn't be found in any textbook. And though Draco would never say it out loud, seeing that spark in their eyes almost made the chaos worth it. The weeks flew by, and with each lesson, Draco Malfoy found himself settling into the role of professor in a way that surprised even him. The story of their run-in with the acromantula had spread through the school faster than a particularly juicy bit of gossip, transforming Draco's reputation from the cold, aloof new teacher to someone who actually knew his stuff. Students whispered about his skills in the corridors, and slowly but surely they started to see him as more than just another infamous name from the past. He kept his usual guarded demeanor, but if he was honest, it was getting harder to deny. He was enjoying this far more than he ever thought he would. One chilly November morning, Draco introduced a new topic, counter curses. He stood before the class, his tone confident but laced with a hint of excitement. "The world is full of curses. Some are harmless annoyances, others are far worse. I've encountered more than my share as a curse breaker at Gringotts," he said, pacing in front of the blackboard as the students scribbled furiously. "It's not enough to know how to defend yourself. You need to know how to undo what's been done." With a flick of his wand, Draco dismantled a simple jinx he'd placed on a piece of parchment that had crumpled itself up into a ball and had spent the last 5 minutes launching itself at the heads of random students. He paired them off, guiding them as they practiced breaking small curses he'd set on objects around the room. Quills that scrawled rude insults, books that snapped shut on unsuspecting fingers, and chairs that would vanish just as someone tried to sit down. It was practical magic at its finest, and Draco found himself enjoying the controlled mess of the classroom. As he moved among the students, correcting wand movements and offering sharp, occasionally sarcastic advice. His attention was drawn to Sammy, a focused Ravenclaw with a knack for counterspells. She was hunched over a stubbornly cursed inkpot, her brow furrowed in concentration. Sammy had quietly emerged as one of his top students, her determined focus and quick wit setting her apart from the rest. Draco watched as she finally broke the hex, the inkpot returning to its harmless state. She looked up, meeting his eyes, and he offered her a rare, approving smile, one that was gone as quickly as it had appeared. As the days grew colder, the castle was soon draped in frost, with a light dusting of snow transforming the grounds into a winter postcard. Draco's lessons continued to be as hands-on as ever, often moving outside despite the chill, where the students bundled up in scarves and gloves, their breath misting in the crisp air. During one such outdoor lesson, just a week before the Christmas break, Draco noticed Sammy lingering after class. The other students had already trudged back inside, eager to warm themselves by the common room fires. But Sammy stayed behind, fiddling with her wand and lost in thought. Draco watched her for a moment, recognizing the familiar look of someone caught between what they knew and what they were still figuring out. He approached, adjusting his scarf against the biting wind. "Something on your mind, Miss Blackwood?" he asked, his voice surprisingly gentle, lacking its usual sharp edge. She hesitated, her pensive expression saying more than words ever could. And Draco found himself waiting, uncharacteristically patient, as if he understood all too well the weight of unspoken worries. Sammy kicked at the snow, her eyes fixed on her boots. She hesitated before speaking. "Were you always this good at magic, Professor? When you were a student, I mean." Draco let out a dry chuckle, folding his arms. "I had my moments, sure. But I wasn't exactly the picture of academic dedication. More interested in the wrong things back then, like hexing people who annoyed me." He glanced out at the snow-dusted grounds, memories of his less than stellar school years flickering by. "But you've got something I didn't. You actually want to learn. And trust me, that's half the battle." As December rolled in, and as most students left for the holidays, Draco found himself unexpectedly absorbed in the daily rhythms of Hogwarts life. He spent evenings in the staff lounge, swapping stories with colleagues and reluctantly indulging in wizards' chess matches he usually lost spectacularly. One afternoon, he slumped into a chair near the fire with a steaming cup of tea, when Professor Eloan Ashford joined him. A sharp-eyed potions master with a no-nonsense attitude, Ashford was as straightforward as a slap to the face, which Draco found oddly refreshing. "Defense suits you, Malfoy," Ashford said, swirling her own tea with a flick of her wand. "I've heard the stories, especially the Acromantula fiasco. Bold move, taking a bunch of first years into the forest." Draco smirked, pretending to brush off the compliment. "It's never dull, I'll give it that." But if I'm honest, potions was always my first love. Snape had this way of making every lesson feel like an insult you had to prove wrong. Ashford raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Snape was brilliant, unforgiving, but brilliant. I've read his old lesson plans. I'm pretty sure he expected us to brew potions with our blood, sweat, and tears. Literally. Draco snorted. Wouldn't surprise me. Their banter was cut short when an owl swooped in, dropping a bright red envelope right in Draco's lap. He stared at it, his stomach sinking. A howler. Great. Before he could toss it into the fire, the howler exploded with a loud screeching voice that echoed around the room. Draco Malfoy. How dare you show your face at Hogwarts? You think you can teach after everything your family did? Shame on you. The staff lounge fell silent as the howler's accusations hung in the air. Draco sat there, frozen, trying to look unbothered while the remnants of the howler smoldered on the floor. He was used to whispers and judgmental glances, but the public shaming was like getting splashed with ice water, and not in the refreshing way. Ashford gave him a sympathetic pat on the shoulder. Ignore it. People love a good rant, especially when they've got nothing better to do. You're better off than they are. Draco nodded, but the words lingered long after Ashford left. That evening, he wandered the snowy streets of Hogsmeade, weaving through the festive crowds. The village looked like it had been dipped in powdered sugar. The streets lined with charmed snowflakes and enchanted snowmen that waved with a little too much enthusiasm. Draco ducked into the 3 broomsticks, letting the warmth and rich scents of butterbeer and spiced cider wrap around him. He found a quiet corner booth, sinking into the seat and letting himself unwind. It was familiar in a way that made him smile. The same place he'd spent countless afternoons scheming, or nursing bruised pride after losing a Quidditch match to Potter and the Gryffindors. The bell over the door jingled, and Draco looked up to see McGonagall sweep in, her crimson cloak swirling behind her. She spotted him immediately, marching over with the kind of purpose that made Draco brace himself. Without a word, she set a mug of butterbeer in front of him, sliding into the seat opposite. "I heard about the howler," she said, her voice carrying the weight of both sympathy and exasperation. "People will always have opinions, but they don't define you." Draco took a swig, trying to ignore the sting of it all. "I thought I was past this nonsense. But apparently, my reputation follows me like a persistent hex." McGonagall smiled, the edges of her eyes softening. "We all have pasts, Mr. Malfoy. And you've come further than most would have dared to hope, even if some can't see it." Draco glanced at her, her words oddly reassuring. "I didn't expect to care about any of this again. But here I am, and it feels right. In a twisted, unexpected sort of way." McGonagall nodded, her expression warming. "That's the funny thing about this place. It has a way of showing you who you are. even when you're too stubborn to see it yourself. They sat in comfortable silence, watching the snow swirl gently outside. For once, Draco let himself relax, finding solace in the company and the quiet. After a moment, Draco broke the silence, his tone serious. "Tell me, McGonagall, are these new students always this awful? Or is this a special batch? I swear my class couldn't have been this bad." McGonagall let out a genuine laugh, the sound light and unexpected. "Oh, Draco, your lot was dreadful. I lost count of how many times I caught you sneaking about or breaking rules. You and your classmates gave us more headaches than I care to remember." Draco chuckled, his smugness fading into something softer. "Well, maybe we weren't the best behaved, but we had charm." McGonagall's eyes twinkled with amusement. "If you say so, Mr. Malfoy. Every generation thinks they are the exception. But I assure you, you and your friends were quite the handful." Draco smirked, the nostalgia of it all settling in. "All right, fair point. Maybe I need a memory spell if I'm to take your word." McGonagall ignored his jest with a smile of her own, sipping her drink. They exchanged one last knowing look, the weight of their shared history lightened by the moment. As Draco stood to leave, he felt a strange comfort, knowing that, even with all their past missteps, Hogwarts had a way of keeping its doors open to anyone willing to find their way back. The week before Christmas, Hogwarts was abuzz with holiday cheer. The castle transformed into a spectacular winter wonderland. House elves worked tirelessly, decking the staircases with garlands of enchanted holly, while glowing fairy lights twinkled in every nook and cranny. The Great Hall was a sight to behold, with towering Christmas trees adorned with charmed ornaments that sang softly or twirled like tiny ballerinas. Snowflakes drifted lazily from the enchanted ceiling, vanishing just before they could touch the bustling students below. Draco watched the festive transformation from the sidelines, feeling surprisingly lighter as the term wound down. The students were equally caught up in the holiday spirit, and even his most stubborn classes were tackled with an enthusiasm that he hadn't seen before. Draco continued pushing them, nudging their skills and building their confidence, all the while pretending it was just business as usual. Then, one chilly afternoon, McGonagall summoned the staff for an urgent meeting. Her tone was brisk, her expression all business, as she informed them that the Ministry of Magic would be conducting a formal inspection of Hogwarts. A High Inquisitor of Educational Excellence will be visiting to observe our teaching standards, she announced, her gaze sweeping the room. It's routine, of course, but I expect everyone to be on their best behavior. Draco managed to keep a straight face, but inwardly he felt a twinge of anxiety twist in his stomach. Hogwarts inspections were nothing new, but the thought of being judged by some ministry official, some nosy bureaucrat scrutinizing his every move, was hardly appealing. Still, Draco forced himself to maintain his usual calm. He was determined to handle this the way he handled everything else, with confidence, sarcasm, and a healthy dose of denial. As the meeting wrapped up, Draco found himself mentally running through his lesson plans, wondering how best to impress someone whose job title sounded like they'd never set foot in a classroom. He'd survived Death Eaters, curses, and a horde of giant spiders. Surely he could handle one overzealous inspector. Or at least, that's what he told himself. The students, blissfully unaware of the looming inspection, continued to chatter excitedly about the holidays, their energy infectious. Draco watched them with a mix of amusement and pride. If he'd learned anything this term, it was that teaching was less about control and more about guiding, even if that meant occasionally losing his cool, or heaven forbid, actually caring. A few days later, during Draco's final lesson, before the end of term exams, the classroom buzzed with anticipation. He had planned an intense exercise, a real-world simulation, involving defense against multiple curses. The students would need to work together, repel attacks, and think on their feet. Exactly the kind of challenge Draco knew they'd need outside the safe walls of Hogwarts. He emphasized the importance of quick thinking, clear communication, and adapting on the fly, making it clear that this was no ordinary lesson. The class was in full swing when the door creaked open, and in walked the High Inquisitor. Draco glanced up, ready to muster his best professional smile, until he saw who it was. Hermione Granger, of all people, dressed in crisp, official robes, her hair pulled back in a no-nonsense bun. She looked every bit the ministry official, quill and notepad in hand, eyes already sweeping the room with that familiar, calculating gaze that Draco hadn't missed one bit. Draco scoffed under his breath, a bemused smirk flickering across his face. Of course it was her. Professor Malfoy, Hermione greeted, her tone cool and expression neutral. But Draco caught the faintest glimmer of something in her eyes. Amusement, perhaps. "I'm here to observe your class." Draco managed a smile, a mix of nervousness and genuine surprise. "Miss Granger," he replied, trying to keep his tone light but respectful. "Welcome to Defense Against the Dark Arts. Feel free to make yourself at home. I'm sure you've got plenty of fond memories of this place." Hermione's eyebrow lifted, but she didn't bite. Instead, she simply nodded and made her way to the back of the room, settling in with her quill at the ready. Draco watched her for a beat, the corner of his mouth twitching as he caught her assessing the room with that familiar intensity. He knew that look. He'd seen it 1,000 times during their school days, usually right before she raised her hand with an answer that no one else knew. Draco turned back to his students, throwing himself into the lesson with a renewed vigor that was part performance, part genuine enthusiasm. He guided the students through the exercise, correcting stances, offering praise when deserved, and demonstrating advanced techniques with a casual ease. He moved among them with an air of authority, but also a surprising lightness that had developed over the term. The students responded well, their spells sharp and coordinated, working together in a way that made Draco's chest swell with something dangerously close to pride. He couldn't help but notice Hermione's expression shift ever so slightly, a flicker of surprise that she quickly masked, but not before Draco caught it. He continued, showing the students how to deflect and counter, and despite the tension of being watched by his old school rival, Draco found himself enjoying it. Hermione's presence, rather than unnerving him, seemed to add an extra charge to the air, and Draco leaned into it. If this was his trial by fire, then so be it. He'd been through worse. By the time the lesson ended, the students were flushed but triumphant, and Draco couldn't resist a quick glance at Hermione. She jotted a few final notes, her face inscrutable, but there was a spark of approval in her eyes that told Draco he'd done better than she'd expected. As the class wound down, Draco called it to a close, waving the students off with a reminder to practice over the holidays. He moved to his desk, busily rearranging papers and quills in an attempt to look occupied, though his attention was firmly on the conversation unfolding nearby. Hermione had approached Sammy, who was still beaming from her impressive deflections earlier, her cheeks flushed with pride. "How's your year been, Miss Blackwood?" Hermione asked, her voice warm and genuinely curious as she took a seat beside Sammy. Sammy blinked, slightly startled but eager to answer. "It's been really good, ma'am. Professor Malfoy is, well, he's not like I expected. He doesn't let anyone pick on me, and he's taught us so much. We even went to the Forbidden Forest for a lesson. It was scary, but amazing." Hermione's eyebrows shot up, and she quickly jotted down a note before crossing it out with a soft smile. "The Forbidden Forest, That does sound adventurous." She glanced up at Draco, her eyes glinting with a mix of amusement and mild reproach, tempered with something that looked suspiciously like admiration. Draco, pretending to be engrossed in tidying his desk, rearranged his lesson plans for the third time that afternoon. But the flush creeping up his neck gave him away, and he could feel Hermione's amused gaze burning into his back. As the students began to file out, Hermione cleared her throat, just loud enough for Draco to catch. "Sammy, if anyone gives you trouble, if they tease you or say something nasty, you just sock them right in the nose," Hermione said lightly, though her pointed glance at Draco was anything but subtle. Draco scoffed loudly, caught off guard by the jest, and then laughed quietly to himself. He looked up from his desk, his usual bravado slipping for just a moment. "Sound advice, Miss Granger," he said, nodding in acknowledgement, their shared past hanging between them like a silent truce. There was no need for any grand apologies or old grievances. They both knew what lingered unspoken, and this moment, light, simple, and strangely easy, was enough. Hermione lingered after the students had gone, and what started as a few polite remarks quickly turned into easy banter. Something that would have seemed impossible just a few years ago. They spoke of old times, the chaos of their school days, and the bizarre twists of fate that had led them here, sharing the occasional laugh that felt oddly natural. There was a hint of awkwardness, but it was laced with a familiarity that made it strangely comforting. As the conversation wound down, Hermione tucked her notes away, casting Draco a genuine smile as she stood to leave. "You're doing good work here, Malfoy," she said, her tone sincere in a way that left little room for doubt. "I hope you know that." Draco gave her a small, appreciative nod and a quiet thank you. Just as she turned to leave, he couldn't resist letting his old habits slip through. "Oh, by the way, Granger," he called, a mischievous glint in his eye. "Do be sure to tell the Weasel and Potter I say hello, won't you? I'm sure they miss me." It was Hermione's turn to scoff, glancing back with an eye roll that spoke volumes. "Be well, Malfoy." She shook her head, a small smile tugging at her lips before she finally walked out, leaving Draco alone with the lingering echoes of their old rivalry. Draco chuckled to himself as he packed up his things, the familiar quiet of the castle wrapping around him. As he made his way to the grounds, Draco found himself pausing at the edge of the castle, staring out as the last light of day faded into the horizon. The grounds were bathed in the soft hues of twilight, a quiet beauty that felt both familiar and new. Draco stood there for a moment, letting the stillness wash over him. And for the first time in a long while, the future didn't seem so daunting. The castle, once filled with ghosts of the past and burdens he couldn't shake, now felt like something else. A challenge he had embraced, a place he was starting to call his own. He lingered for a moment, mulling over the thought that had been nagging at him for days. Maybe he'd write to McGonagall over the summer. Begrudgingly, of course. And let her know he'd be willing to continue next year. He smirked at the idea, an inside joke only he could appreciate. "Not that I want to stay," he muttered to himself with a sly grin. "But someone's got to keep these kids in line." With a final wave to the students still milling around the entrance, Draco turned, preparing to apparate. And feeling that familiar blend of sarcasm and sincerity settle comfortably in his chest. He might never admit it out loud, but maybe, just maybe, this was exactly where he was meant to be. And with that, Draco Malfoy turned on the spot and vanished, leaving behind the castle that had been his past, his challenge, and now, his not-so-secret home. Alistair Valewood trudged down the stone corridor, his shoes scuffing against the age-worn steps as he left the Transfiguration classroom. The late afternoon light filtered through the tall, narrow windows of the middle courtyard, nestling him in a golden glow that Alistair barely noticed. The disappointment from his botched exam still weighed heavily on him. His fingers traced the grooves on his wand absent-mindedly, replaying every failed flick and swish of the last hour in his mind. He shouldn't have hesitated when transforming the teacup into a bird. He knew that. But his nerves had gotten the better of him, and now all he had was a barely passing grade. The disappointing squawk of his feeble attempt, and a sinking feeling in his gut. The castle felt colder this time of year, the chill of autumn creeping through the thick stone walls. As Alistair passed through a hallway, he glimpsed his reflection in the polished surface of a nearby suit of armor. His hair was a mop of bark brown curls, messy from running his hands through it in frustration. Grey eyes stared back at him with the familiar mix of stubbornness and doubt. He'd grown over the summer, tall and lanky now, and he tugged irritably at the sleeves of his school robes that now barely reached his wrists. The other students bustled around him, their voices rising and falling in excited chatter. Some were already changed out of their robes, wrapped up in scarves and jackets, eager to escape to Hogsmeade for a well-deserved break. Alistair watched as a group of fifth-year Gryffindors laughed, one of them juggling a stack of Honeydukes bags, the sweet scent of chocolate frogs and peppermint, leaving a fragrant trail behind them. A small knot of second-year Hufflepuffs darted past, giggling as they snuck glances at a massive parchment filled with doodles of Professor Thaddeus sporting bunny ears. He even spotted a group of his fellow Slytherins striding confidently toward the castle's entrance, already planning how they were going to nick a few bottles of fire whiskey for a party later. His own footsteps echoed as he descended the winding staircases, passing familiar portraits that nodded or glanced disapprovingly, as if sensing his frustration. The path to the dungeons was quieter, and Alistair's steps slowed as the buzz of the main castle faded. He couldn't stop replaying the exam in his mind. Maybe it was the incantation. Too soft, too unsure. Or was it the angle of his wand? No. It had to be the timing. Why hadn't he practiced more? His thoughts swirled, and his father's stern voice bounced around his head. Transfiguration is crucial. No one will take you seriously in the ministry if you can't even manage basic spells. He scowled, kicking a loose pebble along the path, sending it skittering into the shadows. The ghostly torches along the wall barely made a dent in the gloom. Alistair sighed, shaking his head. Moping around wouldn't change his grade. He figured some fresh air and the bustle of Hogsmeade would lift his spirits. With a newfound resolve, he turned on his heel and headed for the common room, ready to change into something more comfortable. But as he was about to enter, the sounds of a hushed conversation caught his attention. It was coming from nearby, just inside the empty potions classroom for the 6th years. Alistair hesitated, pressing his ear softly to the door. But the wood was too thick to make out anything past a conspiratorial murmur. Slipping even closer, he reached into his pocket and pulled out the extendable ear he'd snuck from Weasley's Wizard Wheezes last summer. The thin, flesh-colored string unraveled and slithered toward the door, amplifying the muffled conversation within. Inside, Professor Thaddeus Vex, the potions master, was speaking in low, urgent tones with the herbology professor, Mrs. Rowan Greenbrier. "It's the Scarecrow," Thaddeus was saying, as he siphoned away leftover mixtures from the classroom cauldrons. "He refuses to guard the pumpkin patch without his hat. A right fuss he's making about it, too. I've tried everything from charms to hexes. The blasted fellow won't budge." Professor Rowan sighed, her brow furrowed in concern. "And those pumpkins won't last another night with the doxies and bowtruckles sneaking in from the Forbidden Forest. We may have to cancel the autumn feast if we can't fix this. At this rate, there'll be no pumpkins left." Alistair suppressed a laugh, the corner of his mouth twitching into a smile. A scarecrow holding the feast hostage over a missing hat. It was almost too ridiculous to believe. Still, the thought of missing out on the feast left him disappointed. He'd heard stories about it, the glowing pumpkins, the enchanted music, and the warm, comforting food that filled the Great Hall. He'd never actually stayed at Hogwarts for the autumn break before. His parents were usually home to take him back. But this year, with them off on Aura business, he'd been looking forward to experiencing the school's cozy traditions firsthand. Pushing the thought aside, he continued towards the Slytherin common room, slipping through the familiar stone archway. The common room was a dim, emerald-lit haven tucked deep beneath the lake's surface. The fireplace crackled softly, and the giant squid darted past the windows, momentarily bathing the serpentine decor and plush armchairs in darkness. Alistair quickly changed out of his robes, opting for a dark green hoodie and jeans. He tried to wrestle his hair into something less unruly, but gave up once the magical comb started nipping at his fingers angrily. Taking a deep breath, Alistair stepped back into the chilly corridors, his mind set on meeting Carrie Valois in Hogsmeade. She was an exceedingly brilliant Ravenclaw who also happened to be his best friend. He hoped her company would lift his mood, and a warm butterbeer in hand wouldn't hurt either. As he walked, the castle's familiar sights rushed by. The shifting staircases creaked as students darted across them. The faint smell of parchment and potions clung to the air, and the constant chatter of paintings and portraits buzzed around him. Alistair had no intention of taking the usual path to Hogsmeade, though. Instead, he veered towards a narrow hallway, hidden away behind a tapestry of a medieval duel. This was his shortcut, one he'd discovered quite by accident during his third year, while trying to escape Peeves' mischief. Alistair squeezed past the tapestry, revealing a narrow, winding stairwell that led to the castle kitchens. The passage was dark, lit only by a few sputtering lanterns hanging overhead, and the cool stone walls were slick with moisture from the nearby underground springs. The air was stifling warm, though, carrying the delicious scents of slow-roasting meats over open flames, and a crisp hint of cider-soaked apples simmering with cloves, cinnamon sticks, and orange peels. As Alistair pushed open the creaky wooden door to the kitchens, he was greeted by a bustling sight. Dozens of house elves, small and sprightly, darting between stoves and cauldrons. They worked with an efficiency that put most wizards to shame, preparing meals with nimble fingers and a hint of magic. Copper pots floated in mid-air, stirring themselves while trays of pastries whizzed about like enchanted broomsticks. One elf was slicing up a giant roast, humming to himself, while another was busy decorating cakes with swirls of whipped cream and sparkles. "Good afternoon, Mr. Valewood," squeaked a familiar house elf named Wicket, who wore a tiny knitted scarf and was perched atop a pile of flour sacks. "Visiting our kitchens again, are you?" Alistair grinned, waving a sheepish hello. He couldn't help but befriend the elves. They always had something tasty lying around, and their company was oddly comforting. As he passed by a tray of cream puffs shaped like golden snitches, he couldn't resist pocketing a few, though he tried to be discreet about it. Just as he was about to sneak away, an older, stricter elf named Mulkin caught his eye, shaking his head in mock disapproval. Young wizards should know better than to steal from the kitchens, Mulkin scolded, though his stern tone was softened by a wink. Alistair chuckled, stuffing a cream puff into his mouth before Mulkin could truly chastise him. As he made his way toward the exit, his steps slowed when he heard soft sobs echoing from a corner of the room. Turning, he spotted Tilly, one of the newer house elves, sitting on a crate with tears streaming down her large, round eyes. "Tilly?" Alistair approached cautiously, crouching down to her level. "Hey, what's wrong?" Tilly sniffled, refusing to meet his gaze, her small shoulders shaking. Alistair offered her one of the cream puffs, thinking it might cheer her up, but this only made her wail louder. Her cries echoed off the stone walls, making a few other elves glance over in concern. "It's all Tilly's fault, sir," Tilly blurted between sobs, her voice quivering. Tilly took the scarecrow's hat as a joke, but Tilly dropped it near Honeyduke's, and now the feast is ruined. Alistair felt a twinge of sympathy. He'd thought the scarecrow's stubbornness was amusing, but Tilly's guilt made it clear there was more at stake. "Hey, don't worry," he said gently, patting her frail shoulder. "I'll find the hat and set things right, I promise." She looked up, her eyes large as saucers, glistening with gratitude. "Really? You'd do that?" "Of course." Alistair nodded. "Now cheer up, yeah? We'll have that feast back in no time." With that promise weighing on his mind, Alistair continued through the kitchens and into the hidden passageway that led to the shrieking shack. The corridor was damp and narrow, the walls lined with roots from the trees above, twisting and tangling. Dirt and earth dusted his hoodie as he passed by, but Alistair brushed them off. It wasn't the most pleasant route, but it was quiet and empty, offering him a little stretch of peace before he would be surrounded by the noise of Hogsmeade. Emerging from the passage, Alistair found himself just outside the old shrieking shack. The rickety building loomed, silent and imposing, its weathered boards creaking in the wind. The village beyond was a world apart. It was lively and decked in warm autumnal hues. Garlands of golden leaves hung from shop fronts, and the street lamps glowed with a soft amber light. Shopkeepers bustled, rearranging colourful displays of enchanted trinkets, while groups of students in scarves gathered around outdoor tables, sipping steaming cups of cocoa that sent curls of sweet-smelling steam into the crisp air. Alistair let out a breath he hadn't realised he'd been holding, taking in the scene with a small smile. Hogsmeade was alive with the kind of energy that only came with the first chill of the season, and Alistair felt his spirits lift a little with each step. The warmth of the 3 broomsticks washed over Alistair as he stepped inside. The pub was bustling with students and local villagers alike. Lanterns hung from the low-beamed ceiling, and shadows waltzed across the walls with every movement and cheer. Wizards and witches crowded around, their mugs clinking as they laughed all too loudly, while a group of musicians in the corner played a cheerful tune on a lute and fiddle. At one table, a group of goblins sat huddled over a game of enchanted cards, their sharp eyes watching every flick of the deck. Nearby, a half-giant, towering even while seated, guffawed heartily as he swapped stories with a pair of wizards in midnight black aura robes. Alistair spotted Carrie Valois near the back, her bright blue scarf wrapped snugly around her neck as she sipped on her second mug of butterbeer. Carrie's Ravenclaw pin gleamed on her coat, and she was in the middle of animatedly recounting her latest academic triumphs to a few friends. Her dark hair was tied back in a neat braid, and her eyes sparkled with the satisfaction of someone who knew she'd aced all her exams. "Oi, Valewood," she called, grinning as she waved him over. "Come to drown your sorrows with us." "Something like that," Alistair replied, sliding into the seat across from her. The easy atmosphere of the pub was already dispelling his sour mood from earlier. He couldn't help but smile as Carrie teased him about his exam woes, poking fun at his grim expression. "You should have seen yourself in class." Carrie chuckled, mimicking Alistair's wand movements with exaggerated precision. "I thought you were trying to turn the teacup into a pancake with how flat it was getting." Alistair laughed, shaking his head. Yeah, laugh it up. But I've got something better than grades to talk about." He leaned in closer. "Have you heard about the autumn break feast? It might be cancelled." Carrie's smile faltered, her brow furrowing in confusion. "Cancelled? Why?" Alistair quickly recounted the conversation he'd overheard in the dungeons, the stolen scarecrow hat and Tilly's tearful confession. Carrie listened intently, sipping her drink casually. By the end, Carrie's eyebrows shot up. all because of a missing hat. That's ridiculous. She folded her arms, her expression shifting from disbelief to determination. We've got to fix this. That's what I was thinking, Alistair said. And I could really use the help of the smartest witch in school. That I know of, at least. Carrie rolled her eyes, but couldn't hide her grin. Flattery will get you everywhere, Valewood. All right. Let's go find that hat. The pair quickly left the coziness and charm of the 3 broomsticks behind and made their way through the village. They followed Tilly's vague description, heading toward the last spot she'd seen the hat, near Honeyduke's sweet shop. Carrie had a theory. If the hat controls the scarecrow, it must have some magic of its own. I bet it's left a trace. With a practiced flick of her wand, she cast Appare Vestigium, a tracing spell. Pale, silvery blue wisps appeared in the air, like ethereal footprints, swirling faintly before stretching out in a shimmering path down the cobblestone street. They followed the magical trail, winding past clusters of students and shopkeepers, around the corner of Zonko's joke shop until it led them straight to Gladrag's wizardwear. In the shop window, sitting awkwardly among elegant robes and capes, was the hat. It was a shabby, patched thing, with mismatched fabric and a wide, lopsided brim. Faded and frayed, with straw poking out like an overgrown nest. But an unmistakable magical aura seemed to pulse from it. That's definitely it, Alistair said, pointing at the price tag hanging from the brim. 30 galleons and 10 sickles. But we're a bit light on the gold. Carrie sighed, her pockets turning up little more than a few nuts and a spare piece of parchment. Looks like we'll have to get creative. She nodded towards the shop entrance, and they stepped inside. The interior of Gladrag's was a kaleidoscope of colors, with racks upon racks of robes in every style imaginable. Enchanted mannequins twirled elegantly, modeling shimmering gowns and dapper suits. The shopkeeper was a tall, wiry wizard with a pinched face and piercing eyes. He watched Alistair and Carrie from behind a polished counter, his gaze sharp and suspicious. "Afternoon," he said curtly, his voice as crisp as his neatly pressed waistcoat. "Can I help you?" "Just browsing," Carrie replied, with a sweet, disarming smile. She casually wandered toward a display of enchanted scarves that changed color with the wearer's mood, her wand slipping effortlessly into her hand, tucking into the sleeves of her robes. The shopkeeper kept a close watch, clearly unconvinced. Luckily, Carrie was indeed the brightest witch in their year. She'd taken it upon herself as a personal challenge to learn a few basic non-verbal spells, something they wouldn't normally be taught until 6th year at least. She flicked her wand subtly, pretending to inspect the fabric more closely. The scarves suddenly unraveled from their display, fluttering wildly like rebellious serpents. The shopkeeper's attention snapped to the mess, and he hurried to untangle the enchanted fabric, cursing wildly at the commotion. Carrie feigned surprise, jumping back in shock. As she did so, she flicked her wand again, causing a rack of cloaks to sway dangerously, dropping to the floor with a loud crash. "What in the blazes is going on?" spat the shopkeep. And Carrie looked about frantically, shrugging and kneeling down to help him sort out the havoc she'd unleashed. She shot Alistair a glaring look, as if to say, "Come on, do something." Alistair took his chance, ducking behind a rack of witches' robes as the shopkeeper muttered under his breath, frantically waving his wand to restore order. Alistair drew his own wand, carefully aimed at the hat in the window, and whispered, "A Kyo hat." The tattered thing zoomed toward him, and he snatched it out of the air, stuffing it quickly under his hoodie. "Really sorry about all that," Carrie said brightly, as the shopkeeper straightened up, looking thoroughly frazzled. "We've got to run, Quidditch practice, you know. But we'll definitely be back." The shopkeeper barely had time to respond, as Carrie linked arms with Alistair, and they strolled out of Gladrags, keeping their expressions neutral until they were a safe distance away. Once they rounded the corner, they burst into laughter, the thrill of their little heist catching up to them. "Well, that was fun," Alistair chuckled, feeling the hat's rough fabric still tucked securely against his side. "Not exactly what I planned for today, but not bad. Retail mayhem and a bit of stealth magic," Carrie grinned. "Not your typical day in Hogsmeade." With the hat safely in hand, they made their way back to Hogwarts, the sun beginning to dip behind the castle's spires. Golden light cascaded onto their path, and they caught the scent of pine on the breeze. The other students were slowly trickling back from their Hogsmeade adventures, their cheeks flushed with the weather. The pumpkin patch was a wide, sprawling area near the edge of the Forbidden Forest. It was filled with all sorts of weeds and plants they hadn't learned about in herbology yet. Or if they had, Alistair had definitely forgotten. Twisting vines snaked across the ground. The earthy scent of fresh pumpkin filled the air. The groundskeeper's hut was nestled nearby, smoke rising from its chimney, and the air was filled with the soft rustling of pixies, who fluttered around, mischievously tugging at the smaller pumpkins. Amidst it all, the enchanted scarecrow stood in the middle, slumped and lifeless, its stitched face fixed in a stubborn frown. Alistair watched as it refused to move an inch, even as a particularly bold gaggle of pixies tried to tug away a sizable pumpkin, nearly as large as a cauldron. "Look at him, sulking like a child," Alistair muttered, approaching the scarecrow with the hat in hand. He held it up, and the scarecrow's head turned slightly, its button eyes lighting up with a faint spark of recognition. "All right, you grumpy heap of straw, here's your hat," Alistair said, stepping up to the scarecrow and carefully placing the hat back on its head. As soon as the hat settled into place, the transformation was instant. The scarecrow's limbs jerked into motion, and it straightened up with an energetic flourish, spinning on its post as if waking from a deep sleep. It waggled its arms and began a comical dance, shaking its straw-filled limbs with joy. With each twist and spin, it waved off the mischievous creatures, sending them fleeing back toward the forest. Carrie laughed, clapping her hands as the scarecrow chased off a group of bowtruckles that had begun using a tree branch as a battering ram against one of the pumpkins. "Look at him, sulking like a child," she quipped, nudging Alistair. The scarecrow spun once more, tipping its hat in a grateful bow toward Alistair and Carrie before taking its post, stiffening into its sentinel pose with a new sense of purpose. With the scarecrow's hat returned and the pumpkin patch back under watchful guard, they strolled back toward the castle, the cool evening air chilling the tips of their ears. They passed through the grounds, where the towering trees stretched long and dark, their footsteps crunching on the gravel paths. The castle loomed ahead, its windows glowing warmly against the deepening twilight, welcoming them back. Inside the castle, the atmosphere bustled with chatter and laughter. A gathering of Gryffindors crowded around a bench, excitedly showing off their new Zonko's pranks, wondering which to use first on the crabby old caretaker. Alistair saw the older group of Slytherins from earlier, heading towards the dungeons, their faces smug, and he could tell they'd been successful in procuring some of that fire whiskey for their secret party. A first-year Ravenclaw student looked around in envy, already wishing it was her third term at Hogwarts so she could finally visit Hogsmeade. Alistair and Carrie slipped through the crowd, making their way up the grand staircase to find a quieter spot near a tall, stained glass window. The fading light spilled through the colourful panes, painting their faces in shades of red and gold. "So, what's the plan for break?" Alistair asked, leaning against the cool stone wall, his eyes flickering to the courtyard below, where students still lingered, reluctant to end their day. Carrie shrugged, her gaze following his as she fiddled with the tassels of her Ravenclaw scarf. "Well, there's always something to explore. I want to visit the restricted section again. I've been reading about old enchantments and thought it might be fun to try a few that aren't, strictly speaking, on the curriculum." Alistair chuckled softly, shaking his head. They stayed there a moment longer, talking about everything from school gossip to the kind of adventures they'd get up to over the next couple weeks. The days passed quickly, and before long, the evening of the feast arrived. The great hall was transformed into a vibrant celebration of autumn. The enchanted ceiling reflected a beautifully clear night sky, with stars twinkling like diamonds against the deep indigo. Enchanted autumn leaves swirled gently, drifting down like golden confetti before vanishing into thin air. Glowing pumpkins floated above the Hogwarts house tables, passing through the ghosts that flitted by lazily. Alistair stepped into the hall, his eyes widening at the sight. The tables were laden with every autumn treat imaginable: golden pumpkin pasties, steaming tureens of spiced squash soup, and platters piled high with roast chicken and buttery mashed potatoes. He spotted Carrie at the Ravenclaw table, waving over at him and flashing a bright smile. Alistair gave her a quick thumbs up before heading to his own seat at the Slytherin table, where his housemates were just as eager to dive into the feast. The headmaster stood, raising his goblet in a toast, and the hall fell into a respectful hush. To the students of Hogwarts, he began, his wand pressed to his neck, a charm amplifying his voice. To the traditions we hold dear, to the friendships that shape us, and to the magic that binds us together. Tonight, let us celebrate not just the feast, but the spirit of this school. The spirit of courage, kindness, and a little bit of mischief. His gaze flicked over to Alistair, holding his gaze for but a moment, with a hint of a knowing smile. With a wave of his hand, the food appeared, rich and hearty. Dishes Alistair recognized from home, and some he'd never seen before. He filled his plate, savoring each bite, the warm, comforting flavors wrapping around him like a familiar hug. There was spiced pumpkin soup, warm and rich, with a dollop of sour cream and a sprinkle of chives. Roasted turkey, its skin crisp and golden, and fluffy rolls still warm from the oven, soft and perfect for soaking up gravy. As he reached for a pumpkin pasty, he noticed a small, extra serving magically appear on his plate. 2 pasties, golden and perfect, dusted with sugar. He glanced across the room at Carrie, who was already looking his way, her eyes sparkling with glee. A marzipan scarecrow sat on her plate, its hat a little chocolate-dipped marshmallow. Alistair grinned widely, making a mental note to thank Tilly for the extra treats next time he saw her. The hall was filled with the gentle hum of conversation, and the occasional burst of laughter amid the clinking of silverware. Alistair sat back, arms braced on either side of the bench as he looked around the great hall. He would cherish this memory forever. He knew that in 10 years, when he was working in the Ministry of Magic, his nose buried in a pile of papers taller than him, that he wouldn't remember that one time he'd messed up his transfiguration exam. Instead, he'd close his eyes and remember the magic of this moment, the one he and Carrie had made possible, with a bit of cleverness and a lot of heart. Mr. and Mrs. Finnick of number 12, Ashgrove Avenue, were proud to say that they were perfectly extraordinary. Thank you very much. They were, as far as they were concerned, the last people you'd expect to be involved in anything boring or mundane. And they were thrilled at the prospect of finally sending their son to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Unlike their distant relatives, the Dursleys of Privet Drive, the Finnicks had always fancied themselves well-informed and progressive when it came to matters of magic. Mrs. Finnick was a tall, freckled woman with a fondness for colourful scarves and the occasional magical trinket she managed to snag on Diagon Alley trips. Mr. Finnick, on the other hand, had taken up the role of a magic enthusiast despite being firmly Muggle. His spectacles perpetually perched at the tip of his nose as he devoured books on magical history, with the zeal of a Quidditch fan during finals season. Their son, Alfie Finnick, however, was a different sort altogether. Alfie was tall and gangly for his age, his long limbs giving him an awkward charm as he hunched over the latest muggle device he was fiddling with. His floppy brown hair often tumbled into his eyes, despite Mrs. Finnick's gentle attempts to tame it. He wore thick glasses that made his soft blue eyes look bigger, distant yet quietly curious, as if he was always halfway between two worlds, magic and mundane, and neither seemed to capture his full attention. He had a habit of shrugging at most things in life, wizardry included. While his parents saw Hogwarts as a grand adventure waiting to unfold, Alfie saw it as little more than a school with weird food, moving pictures, and an awful lot of old people in funny clothes who took themselves too seriously. He loved video games, quiet afternoons, and a good old-fashioned muggle snack, which, to him, was better than any magical treat. Lately, he'd been escaping into worlds where he could explore ancient temples or relax on a sunny island, fishing and chatting with friendly neighbors. Now remember, Alfie, we're related to Harry Potter, Mrs. Finnick chirped, for what must have been the 10th time that morning. Not directly, mind you, but distantly. Your great-aunt's cousin's second husband's friend was Harry's. Something or other. You've got strong magic in your veins. Isn't that exciting? Yes, Mum. Alfie mumbled without thought, adjusting his game screen as he tried to find the right angle to avoid the sun's glare. He was perched on the edge of his bed, dressed in his new robes that felt a little too big and scratchy, trying to finish one last level before he had to leave. I remember. Mrs. Finnick bustled around his room, making sure everything was packed and double-packed, fussing over every small detail. Oh, how magnificent this will be for you. You're bound to do wonderful things. Alfie glanced at the framed picture of Harry Potter that hung on the wall. A picture that blinked and smiled every now and then, as though constantly congratulating itself for being famous. Alfie had no real opinion on Harry. He found the whole idea of being a hero a bit overrated. There were no dragons or dark wizards in his everyday life. Just annoying tutorials in games he could skip, and his mum's endless tales of distant magical relatives. Are you sure you've got everything, love? Mrs. Finnick fussed, checking Alfie's trunk for the 3rd time. You wouldn't want to arrive at Hogwarts without your wand, or Merlin forbid, your trousers. Mum, I've got everything, Alfie said with a smile, rolling his eyes playfully. And my trousers are on me, not in the trunk. Mr. Finnick chuckled from behind his newspaper, where an article titled Potage's Cauldron Shop, Brew Up Some Back-to-School Savings, was prominently displayed. You've got to humour your mum, Alfie. She's just excited, that's all. After all, it's not every day we send our boy off to Hogwarts. Alfie smiled, amused by his parents' endless enthusiasm. He didn't mind the fuss. If anything, it warmed his heart that they cared so much. even if all this wizardry stuff wasn't really his thing. They made their way to King's Cross Station, Alfie sandwiched between his parents as they chatted animatedly about how they couldn't wait to hear all about Hogwarts. Imagine, Alfie, you might even end up in Gryffindor, just like Harry. Wouldn't that be something? As they approached the barrier between platforms 9 and 10, Mrs. Finnick made sure to continue her cheerful prattle and greet every passerby with a happy hello, as though they were all old friends. At the platform, a tall, snooty-looking woman with a large feathered hat eyed Mrs. Finnick's bright pink scarf with disdain. "Ah, another Hogwarts parent?" she asked in a clipped tone. "My daughter's a Slytherin, of course. Top of her class." "Oh, how wonderful," Mrs. Finnick replied, undeterred. "Our Alfie's going for the first time. We're related to Harry Potter, you know. Very distantly." The woman sniffed and turned away, muttering something about common folk. But Mrs. Finnick just grinned and waved. "So many lovely people here. Aren't there, Alfie?" Alfie nodded, chuckling to himself, happy to let his mum's cheerfulness speak for both of them. He was more concerned with the horrid jelly beans he'd picked up at the corner shop in Diagon Alley earlier. Nasty wizard sweets that had looked innocent enough, but each one tasted worse than the last. He fished through the bag, hoping to find a normal flavor, but instead found oddities like stinky sock and canned spinach. Despite the strange tastes, they were growing on him the longer he chewed. When they arrived at platform 9 3/4, Mrs. Finnick pulled Alfie into a tight hug. "You'll do brilliantly, my love. Remember, we're always proud of you, no matter what. And if you see Harry, do say hello for us." "Yes, Mum," Alfie laughed, hugging her back. Mr. Finnick patted Alfie on the shoulder, smiling warmly. "Take care of yourself, son. And don't forget to write." He leaned over, whispering loudly, "You know how your mother worries." Alfie felt a rush of gratitude as he climbed aboard the Hogwarts Express. He waved goodbye at his parents, who stood on the platform, still beaming and waving enthusiastically until they were out of sight. The inside of the train was a whirlwind of excitement, with eager first years jostling through the narrow corridor, their voices overlapping in a chorus of chatter about spells, broomsticks, and castle secrets. Alfie glanced around, taking in the richly polished wood paneling, the soft velvet seats, and the old-fashioned brass fixtures that gave the train a sense of history and magic. Settling into an empty compartment, Alfie breathed a small sigh of relief. The windows were slightly fogged, framing a view of the misty countryside that sped past. A faint, pleasant scent of worn leather and lingering chocolate frogs hung in the air, and the low hum of the train on the tracks was a soothing rhythm. He could hear the muffled sounds of excited conversations and the occasional burst of laughter from the other compartments. But here, in his own little corner, Alfie felt a brief moment of peace. He pulled out his handheld game console, the familiar plastic cool against his fingers, and settled back into the plush seat, hoping to squeeze in a little playtime before the magic officially took over. The console's screen flickered to life, emitting a soft blue glow that felt comfortingly out of place in the midst of all the wizardry. Alfie glanced at the bag of jelly beans he had stuffed into his pocket, the crinkled wrapper crackling as he opened it. He scanned the strange assortment, wondering if any of them would be tolerable, and cautiously picked out one that looked like it might be cherry. It wasn't. He sighed, swallowing it quickly, and turned his attention back to his game, finding solace in the familiar, pixelated world. The compartment door slid open, and a tall, cheerful girl with frizzy red hair popped her head in. "Mind if I join? Everywhere else is packed." Alfie looked up, his game on pause, and smiled. "Sure, have a seat. I'm Alfie." "I'm Pippa," the girl said, plopping down across from him. "Are you a first year too?" "Yep. I'm really just here for the food, though," Alfie joked, holding up a bag of jelly beans. "Although these taste, well, not great." Pippa laughed, eyeing the colourful beans. "Those are Bertie Bott's every flavour beans. My dad says it's a magical tradition, but I think they're just an excuse to make us suffer. Let me guess. You got the vomit-flavoured one?" "Something like that," Alfie grinned. "I was hoping for cherry." As the train rattled along, Alfie and Pippa chatted about everything, from school to family. Pippa was fascinated by his love for Muggle games, and Alfie found her stories about magical pranks amusing, even if he didn't quite see the appeal of hexes and jinxes. They were soon joined by a few other first years, all buzzing with excitement about the sorting ceremony. Alfie listened with a polite smile, but his gaze drifted out the window. The train sped past rolling fields dotted with grazing sheep, lush green hills. The sky was a brilliant blue, streaked with clouds that seemed to chase the horizon. The peaceful scenery was a comfort to Alfie, calmer than the strange, magical world he was heading toward. When the train finally pulled into Hogsmeade Station, he stepped off, feeling a mix of nerves and excitement with the chill of the crisp air. In the distance, Hogwarts loomed, majestic and grand, looking like a vision of medieval grandeur. Alfie felt a thrill run through him, like he was about to step into a storybook. A very strange, very magical storybook come to life. As he followed the crowd of students up to the castle, he decided that maybe this would be all right. He didn't need to be extraordinary. Just being Alfie Finnick was enough. The Great Hall of Hogwarts was everything Alfie had imagined, and then some. The enchanted ceiling sparkled with floating candles and a night sky full of stars, making the room feel like it was both indoors and out at the same time. Alfie's eyes widened as he took it all in, though not for the same reasons as his fellow first years. He thought the room was beautiful, sure, but he couldn't help but wonder how much easier it would be to sneak in some late-night gaming, with a roof like that to stargaze under. The sorting ceremony was in full swing, and Alfie found himself standing in line with the other new students, waiting his turn as Professor McDowell, a stern-looking woman with sharp features, called names and placed the sorting hat on each child's head. He had overheard his parents talking about this part. It was supposed to be a magical hat that could see right into your head and figure out where you belonged. Alfie couldn't imagine anything more invasive, but he was too polite to say so. He felt a tap on his shoulder and turned to see Pippa standing beside him, her bright eyes sparkling with excitement. Pretty wild, huh? Can you believe we're actually here? Alfie nodded. Yeah, it's a lot. My parents are probably hoping I'll end up in Gryffindor, like Harry Potter. Pippa tilted her head curiously. Why Gryffindor? Because it's the famous one? Sort of, Alfie said with a casual shrug. Mostly because we're like super distantly related to Harry Potter. You know, cousin of a cousin's friend kind of thing. My mum brings it up at every chance she gets. Pippa's eyes widened. No way, that's so cool. Alfie laughed lightly. Yeah, I guess. It's a bit of a stretch, though. I mean, it's not like we're having tea with him or anything. She nudged him playfully. Still, you've got the hero bloodline. What about you? Which house do you think you'll end up in? Alfie hesitated, glancing around at the different tables, each one with its own unique vibe. Honestly, I'm not sure. As long as I end up somewhere that feels right, I'm good. He shrugged casually, his eyes drifting over the lively groups scattered across the hall. Pippa grinned. Well, I think you'll fit in wherever you go. I'm hoping for Ravenclaw myself. I love puzzles and figuring things out, and they seem to have the best libraries. Yeah, Ravenclaw sounds spot on for you. Alfie agreed. Before they could continue, Professor McDowell called. Finnick, Alfred. Alfie stepped forward, trying not to trip over his own feet as he made his way to the stool. The hat was plopped onto his head, and he felt a strange, tickling sensation, like a whisper inside his mind. Said the hat, in a voice only Alfie could hear. Quite unusual. Not much ambition, no great thirst for adventure. And rather indifferent about magic, I see. But kind, steady, and very loyal. You'll do well in Hufflepuff, I think. The hat's decision was shouted to the hall, and Alfie slid off the stool, relieved. Alfie liked the way they clapped him on the back and made space for him at the table. It felt good, even if he still wasn't sure about the whole wizarding thing. He spent his first few days at Hogwarts trying to get the hang of things. He quickly learned that magic wasn't as glamorous as it seemed. His spells usually fizzled out or went spectacularly wrong. In his first charms lesson, he accidentally turned his quill into a slimy sea cucumber instead of making it levitate. Professor Hornsby, a tiny man with a high-pitched voice, didn't seem too bothered. But Alfie's classmates got a good laugh out of it. "Don't worry, mate," said Toby, a fellow Hufflepuff with messy blonde hair and a perpetually cheerful grin. "It takes time to get used to all this. I mean, who knew quills could turn into sea creatures, right?" Alfie smiled, grateful for Toby's easygoing attitude. He wasn't one to get upset over mistakes, but it was nice to have friends who didn't mind his blunders. As long as he had his video games and a quiet spot to relax, he was content. Potions was another story. Professor Greenfield, a severe-looking wizard with a habit of sneering, seemed to take personal offense whenever Alfie's concoctions turned into something unintended. Like the time his attempt at a simple shrinking solution nearly exploded, filling the dungeon with thick purple smoke. "What are you doing, Mr. Finnick?" Professor Greenfield scowled, waving away the smoke. "This is not a playground. I expect precision." "Sorry, Professor," Alfie mumbled. He glanced at his cauldron, which was now bubbling ominously. "I must have added something wrong." Obviously, the professor sniffed, though Alfie could have sworn he saw the hint of a smile twitch at the corner of the professor's mouth as he flicked his wand, fixing the mess. Despite his less than stellar performances in class, Alfie found his rhythm at Hogwarts in his own way. During the evenings, when other students were revising spells or playing wizard chess, Alfie would retreat to the cozy Hufflepuff common room, sinking into a squashy armchair near the fireplace with his game console. The other Hufflepuffs were more curious than critical, often peeking over his shoulder to watch him play. "What's that game?" asked Millie, a curly-haired girl who always wore a bright yellow scarf. She was perched on the armrest of Alfie's chair, watching as he navigated his character around a charming little village filled with colourful houses and quirky neighbours. "It's called Muggle Crossing," Alfie explained, offering her a turn. "You basically live in a village, plant gardens, fish, and collect stuff to trade with your neighbours. It's all Muggle stuff. No magic. Just a cozy little world where you build your own place." Millie picked up the controls, laughing as her character tried to catch a fish but ended up splashing into the water instead. "This is brilliant, way better than Wizard's Chess. I wish we had more games like this. It's so normal, but fun." Alfie beamed, happy to share something he loved. The simple joy of creating his own little world, even if it was just on a screen, was a welcome escape from the sometimes overwhelming magical world around him. He didn't need to cast fancy spells or fly on broomsticks to fit in. Being himself was more than enough. The days passed quickly, filled with classes, new friends, and more than a few mishaps. One afternoon, Alfie and a group of Hufflepuff first years were walking back from herbology, discussing the upcoming Quidditch match. I hear Gryffindor's got a new seeker, Toby said, tossing an apple in the air. They say he's lightning fast. Alfie shrugged. Quidditch is cool, but I'm more of a ground level kind of guy. Brooms make my stomach turn. Toby laughed, giving Alfie a friendly nudge. Well, it's not for everyone. What do you do for fun then, besides those muggle games? Mostly just exploring. There's a quiet nook I found near the library where no one ever goes. It's perfect for reading. Or, just being somewhere that's not all spells and potions. Pippa, who had joined their little group since the train ride, grinned. Leave it to you to find the one non-magical spot in all of Hogwarts. Back in the common room, Alfie settled into his usual spot, with a hot chocolate in hand, enjoying the warm, cozy atmosphere that Hufflepuff House was known for. It wasn't long before Toby, Millie, and Pippa joined him, pulling up chairs and chatting about their day. As the fire crackled and the conversation flowed, Alfie found himself smiling more than he had in a long time. Hogwarts, with all its quirks and magical chaos, was starting to feel like home. Not because of the spells or the enchanted classrooms like his parents had said, but because of the friends he'd made and the unexpected moments of laughter and fun. For the first time, Alfie felt like he truly belonged, and that was more than enough. Hogwarts was a maze of magic, secrets, and surprises around every corner. Alfie's days settled into a comfortable routine. He attended classes, fumbled through spells, and spent his evenings in the Hufflepuff common room with his friends. Though the magical world was thrilling to everyone else, Alfie found solace in the mundane moments, like the quiet nook near the library he'd claimed as his own. A small alcove hidden behind a tapestry of a sleepy-looking wizard. It was his favorite place to read, snack on his muggle sweets, and play games uninterrupted. Each time he visited, he added a personal touch, a few extra blankets to ward off the chill, his favorite snacks from the kitchens, and a small enchanted lantern that cast a warm amber light on the pages of his books. He loved to curl up in the worn armchair with a chocolate bar in hand, listening to the soft patter of rain against the window, a cozy refuge where time seemed to slow down. Alfie even brought a small magical fern from herbology, adding a touch of charm to the space. Though he often told his friends that magic wasn't really his thing, he couldn't deny that some enchanted objects were pretty cool, especially when they added a bit of extra coziness to his hideaway. But despite these little comforts, Alfie could feel the pressure mounting when it came to his magical studies. Herbology, in particular, was proving to be quite challenging. The magical plants refused to cooperate, no matter how much effort he put in. His pufferpod was droopy and dull, stubbornly resisting every spell that was meant to help it thrive, while his classmates' plants grew vibrant and colourful with a simple flick of their wands. Alfie's seemed determined to remain ordinary. One rainy afternoon, Professor Sprout inspected the students' progress, her expression thoughtful as she moved from plant to plant. When she reached Alfie's table, she frowned slightly at his pufferpod. "It's looking a little under the weather, and dare I say, sad," she said gently, trying to sound encouraging, but not masking her concern. "Remember, herbology is about understanding the needs of the plant, magical or not. Try to coax it a bit more, or you might not pass." Her words lingered in Alfie's mind as he stared at his wilting pufferpod. He felt a sinking sense of frustration. It wasn't that he didn't care, but the magical touch just wasn't coming naturally to him. He retreated to his nook, needing the quiet comfort it always provided. Slumping into his armchair, Alfie pulled out his game console, hoping to lose himself in his favorite game, Muggle Crossing. The colorful screen flickered to life, and Alfie found himself immersed in his cozy virtual village, where he could tend to his plants without any spells, just patience and care. He spent hours planting seeds, watering them, and watching as they grew under his steady attention. It suddenly struck him that he could apply the same techniques to his struggling pufferpod. Maybe it didn't need magic, just the right conditions, some rainwater, and time. Inspired, he decided to care for his herbology assignment, like how he did in the game, by sneaking into the greenhouse during the next storm and letting nature do what magic couldn't. The perfect opportunity came one evening when a heavy storm rolled over the castle. Thunder rumbled in the distance and rain lashed against the windows, echoing through the empty corridors. Waiting until everyone else was preoccupied or asleep, Alfie slipped out of the Hufflepuff common room and made his way to the greenhouse, heart pounding with nerves and determination. Inside, the sound of rain drumming on the glass roof filled the space, creating a peaceful backdrop as Alfie knelt beside his pufferpod. He carefully adjusted the plant, positioning it to catch the rainwater that was seeping through the slightly cracked roof. He worked methodically, loosening the soil, trimming dead leaves, and letting the rain do its quiet work. It was a tense, secret mission, but also oddly calming, reminding Alfie of his game, where he nurtured each plant with careful, deliberate steps. On the day of the herbology exam, Alfie's stomach churned with nerves. Professor Sprout moved through the rows, inspecting each student's plant with a practiced eye. When she reached Alfie's pufferpod, she paused, studying the fresh green leaves and new buds peeking out. "It's come along nicely," she said, smiling with some measure of surprise and approval. "Not the biggest, not the brightest, but strong and healthy. Well done, Alfie. Sometimes all it takes is a little patience and care." Alfie let out a breath he hadn't realized he'd been holding. He had done it, not through magic, but by applying what he knew and using the resources around him. It was a small triumph, but it filled him with pride. After the exam, Alfie returned to his nook, sinking into the familiar comfort of his chair. He pulled out his game console, his favorite chocolate bar, and relaxed as the rain continued to fall outside. The Hogwarts Dueling Club was a spectacle. Every week, the Great Hall was transformed into an arena where students from all houses came to show off their magical skills. For Gryffindors and Slytherins, it was all about bravado and bragging rights, with each duel becoming more theatrical than the last. Alfie and his friends, though, were just there for the entertainment. They found a spot near the back, happy to observe the chaos without getting involved. Alfie leaned back against the stone wall, nibbling on a bag of crisps he'd smuggled in from the kitchens. Toby was practicing wand twirls that looked more like flailing, and Pippa was busy sketching doodles of overly dramatic wizards on the margins of her herbology notes. "Do they realize they're just waving sticks around?" Alfie said, watching as a Slytherin attempted a backflip spell that went awry, sending sparks shooting out in all directions. "Apparently not," Pippa replied, snorting as the Slytherin landed awkwardly. This is turning into a circus. The duel took a sudden turn when a Gryffindor and a Slytherin, each determined to outshine the other, began flinging increasingly dangerous spells across the makeshift arena. The atmosphere grew tense, the magic ricocheting off the walls with loud cracks and bursts of light. The students' cheers turned to gasps as the Gryffindor's spell deflected off the Slytherin's shield and slammed into the professor overseeing the match, knocking him out cold. In an instant, the magical barriers containing the duel began to flicker, then sputtered out entirely. Before anyone could react, water started gushing in from all sides, spilling over the stone floor and rising alarmingly fast. Alfie blinked, momentarily frozen. "Is this supposed to happen?" he asked, eyeing the water now creeping up his shins. "Pretty sure that's not part of the lesson plan," Toby said, looking nervously at the unconscious professor, who was now floating gently near the Gryffindor table. Pandemonium broke out as students tried and failed to get control of the situation. The water surged up, soaking robes and books, and the heavy wooden doors were sealed shut, locked by a malfunctioning spell. Gryffindors and Slytherins were shouting at each other, flinging accusations back and forth as if that would somehow drain the room. "This is ridiculous," Pippa muttered, clinging to a toppled chair as the water rose higher. "We're all going to get soggy because they couldn't keep their wands in check." Alfie felt the cold water now up to his waist, swirling around as students splashed and stumbled. It was like one of his games gone horribly wrong. He looked around, his heart hammering, but something clicked in his mind. It reminded him of the dungeons he navigated in The Legend of Rowelda, where water traps were just another level to beat. He forced himself to breathe, to think. There was always a way out. You just had to find it. "All right, come on, Alfie, you've played this level before," he muttered to himself. While everyone else was flailing, he started scanning the room for anything that could be an escape route. The walls were lined with old banners and tapestries, all soaking wet now, but something caught his eye. A small, rusted vent near the ceiling, partially hidden behind a sputtering torch. Alfie shouted, pointing at the vent. "There's our way out." The students paused their bickering long enough to look up. The vent was tiny, but it was better than nothing. The water continued to rise, now chest high, and the urgency of the situation settled in. "How are we supposed to get up there?" Toby asked, gesturing at the slippery, waterlogged room. Alfie's mind went into full Rowelda mode. He motioned to the others to grab nearby chairs, a couple of desks, and even an upturned barrel, stacking them precariously to create a wobbly makeshift ladder. "We'll climb," he said, his voice more confident than he felt. "Come on, use what you've got and make it work." The impromptu ladder was anything but stable, wobbling under the weight of the growing water, but Alfie climbed it first, determined not to lose his nerve. As he reached the top, the vent's latch stared back at him, rusted shut from years of neglect, but Alfie was ready. He dug into his school bag, fishing out a ruler, a muggle's tool, but one he'd turned into his own weapon of choice. With a quick jab and some determined wriggling, the vent cover creaked open, the metal giving way under Alfie's careful touch. "Got it," Alfie called down triumphantly, his hair dripping as water sloshed up around him. "All right, let's move, quickly." One by one, his friends climbed the precarious stack. Pippa went first, with Alfie helping to steady her as she wriggled into the vent. Toby followed, slipping slightly, but managing to hoist himself up. The Gryffindors and Slytherins, who had been at each other's throats moments earlier, were now scrambling to climb, panic overriding their rivalry. "Quit shoving!" one of the Slytherins snapped as a Gryffindor's elbow jabbed into his ribs. The usual house snipes continued, but they were half-hearted, drowned out by the gurgling water and the shared fear of being stuck. "Save the drama for the dueling floor," Alfie said, rolling his eyes as he helped another student into the vent. "This is now an escape room, not a house match." Alfie stayed at the bottom, making sure everyone got through safely. But when it came time to lift the unconscious professor, the real chaos began. "All right, let's get him up. Grab his arms and keep his head above water," Alfie ordered, trying to keep control of the situation. As they floated the professor along, he started to stir, groaning faintly. "Did anyone get the number of that hippogriff?" he mumbled, blinking blearily as the water sloshed around his face. But as they jostled the professor's limp body up the stack, one of the Gryffindors lost their grip, sending the poor man's head clunking against a desk with a loud thud. "Oops," the Gryffindor said sheepishly, wincing as the professor groaned and then promptly passed out again, face down in the water. "How wonderful," the Slytherin snapped, struggling to keep the unconscious man's head above water. "We're supposed to save the man, not use him as a battering ram. Now we've still got a human anchor thanks to you, and we may truly die here." "Less talk, more lifting," Alfie said, his voice rising as the water continued to climb. With a bit more shoving and grumbling, they finally managed to get the professor up the stack and into the vent, his unconscious form sliding in with an awkward thud. Alfie was the last to climb, his clothes soaked as the water reached his neck. He hoisted himself up into the vent, feeling both the rush of adrenaline and the absurdity of the entire ordeal. The vent was cramped and dark, but at least it was dry, and as Alfie crawled forward, he couldn't help but stifle a laugh at the ridiculousness of it all. "Well, at least he won't remember any of this," Alfie muttered, glancing ahead at the still unconscious professor who was now being dragged through the vent like a sack of potatoes. "Yeah, good thing. Otherwise, we'd all be in detention until graduation," Pippa called back to Alfie with a grin. As the students crawled to safety, bickering lightly, Alfie felt something new, a sense that maybe, just maybe, he could navigate Hogwarts his own way, through a bit of ingenuity, a lot of patience, and a touch of humor. News of Alfie's impromptu heroics spread quickly through the school, and while some students treated him like an unexpected legend, Alfie remained firmly planted in his usual routine. He didn't bask in the attention, didn't brag, or embellish the story. In fact, whenever someone tried to bring it up, Alfie would wave it off with a shrug and a half smile. To him, it was just another day at Hogwarts, albeit with a bit more water and vent crawling than usual. As much as his classmates wanted to elevate the incident into something epic, Alfie was content to let the moment pass. He preferred the quieter side of life at Hogwarts, where the real joys were found in the small, ordinary moments, sneaking snacks from the kitchens, cozying up in his nook with a good game, and just being around his friends. His parents, on the other hand, were a different story. They had heard about his great adventure through the wizard grapevine and were beside themselves with pride. Letters from his mum arrived almost daily, filled with enthusiastic recounts of Alfie's supposed daring and bravery. "We always knew you had it in you," one letter exclaimed, covered in his mum's looping handwriting and decorated with little stars and smiley faces. "Imagine, our Alfie, the hero of Hogwarts. We've told everyone down the street, and they can't believe it." Alfie chuckled as he read their latest letter, his parents' excitement practically jumping off the parchment. He was sitting in his favorite nook, wrapped in a blanket with a hot chocolate steaming beside him, feeling perfectly at ease. Sure, he'd been brave in the moment, but he didn't feel like a hero. He just did what needed to be done, in his own way, without spells or grand gestures, and that was fine by him. When Pippa asked him about his parents' reaction, Alfie just grinned and shrugged. "Mum's probably told everyone in the neighborhood that I'm the next great wizard or something," he said, rolling his eyes affectionately. "They're excited, but, it's just me." Pippa pushed at his shoulder playfully. "You're more interesting than you think, Alfie. I mean, who else could turn a disaster into a team-building exercise?" Toby chimed in, balancing a pumpkin pasty on his head in a moment of sheer boredom. "Yeah, I mean, you didn't just save the day. You did it without a single spell. That's got to be some kind of record. Please, let's not start a trophy for most non-magical wizarding feat," Alfie said, half smiling. "I'm just glad no one drowned." As the school year wound down, Alfie found himself reflecting on his first year at Hogwarts. It had been nothing like he expected. He'd come in feeling like an outsider, unsure of how he fit into a world where everyone seemed determined to be extraordinary. But as he sat in the Hufflepuff common room, surrounded by the familiar sounds of crackling fires and soft chatter, Alfie realized that he'd found his place. Not as a wizard trying to outshine everyone, but as himself. When the last day of term arrived, Alfie packed his trunk, carefully tucking his game console into the top. He wandered through the castle one last time before summer break, stopping by his nook to collect his things. It was a little sad, leaving the cozy spot he'd made his own, but he knew it would be waiting for him next year, just like the friends he'd made and the quiet moments he'd come to love. As he boarded the Hogwarts Express for the ride back home, Alfie leaned against the window, watching the castle slowly disappear from view. He thought about his first day, his mum's excitement, the train ride, and the overwhelming strangeness of it all. Now, it didn't seem so daunting. Alfie smiled as the train picked up speed, feeling content. He didn't need to be the next Harry Potter or the greatest wizard of his age. He was Alfie Finnick, and that was more than enough. You sit in the back row of the charms classroom, twirling your quill between your fingers, trying to look as though you're diligently taking notes. But truthfully, Professor Wispwhittle's voice has started to drone, almost becoming one with the sound of the softly crackling fire in the hearth near the front. A flicker of winter sunlight glints off the frost-framed window, and your thoughts drift. Home, Hogwarts. Winter break. A couple of weeks ago, you decided that this year You wanted to spend the holidays in the castle. Your older brother Theodore never seemed to shut up about the legendary parties that happened over break and of all the secrets he'd found hidden away when he had so much time to explore. You're half sure he'd been lying, or exaggerating at least. But you wanted to find out for yourself. Your thoughts snap back into focus as your professor raises his voice slightly. It's the last class before break. Maybe you should pay a little bit of attention. The lesson was Wispwhittle's annual festive finale. She was teaching you to enchant tiny snow globes to sing carols. Your snow globe hums a surprisingly melodious rendition of God Rest Ye Merry Hippogriffs. But the swirling snow inside clumps oddly in the corner. Across the aisle, Beatrice Tilbury from Ravenclaw is furiously trying to quiet hers, which has somehow begun belting out a loud opera instead. She throws you a frantic look, her cheeks flushing bright pink as the professor clears her throat meaningfully. And remember to practice the charm carefully. We wouldn't want a repeat of last year's accidental snowstorm disaster, Wispwhittle says with a tight-lipped smile, clearly recalling some unfortunate incident that had sent some house's common room into chaos. Finally, the grandfather clock in the corner chimes, marking the end of the lesson and, with it, the semester. You slowly pack your things, savoring this moment. And while most students rush to catch the carriages that will take them to the train, you linger, unsure whether it's to avoid the goodbye or to soak in the quiet soon to settle over the castle. Staying for the holidays, are you? Wispwhittle asks, her head tilting slightly. Her warm tone betrays genuine curiosity, even if her question feels repetitive. She's likely asked the same of every student still here. Yes, Professor. It seemed simpler this year, you reply, not quite meeting her gaze as you adjust your scarf. She smiles, though her brows knit briefly as if she might ask more. Instead, she nods and wishes you a restful holiday. You're the last to leave the classroom. The halls beyond are alive with movement and chatter. Gryffindors and Hufflepuffs talk loudly about their plans to return home, while a group of Slytherins nearby debates whether the Malfoys' holiday ball will outshine the Knots this year. The other students rush past you, arms laden with luggage, voices rising in excitement or, in some cases, last-minute panic about forgotten items. You spot your cousin Callum, a shaggy-haired Hufflepuff with a plastered grin as he catches up with you. Oi, don't disappear too quick, Callum calls out as he jogs over, his trunk teetering precariously behind him. He slings an arm over your shoulder. Surprised you decided to stay, actually. Did Hogwarts bribe you with unlimited treacle tarts or something? You laugh, waving him off. Someone's gotta keep Peeves in line. Good luck with that. If anyone can, it's probably not you. He teases, giving you a playful shove. Seriously though, we'll miss you at the usual Christmas chaos. Mum will be disappointed not to see your ugly jumper. You promise to write and hug him goodbye. As you walk away, the noise of the departing students begins to fade, and the castle seems to exhale. The usual chaos retreating with the last wave of students heading home. You find yourself smiling as you think of the freedom ahead. No assignments, no exams. Just the magic of Hogwarts at wintertime. The walk back to your common room is surreal. Without the bustling crowd, the corridors feel almost enchanted in their silence. The tapestries rustle faintly as if they're alive. The portraits whispering to one another as they watch you pass. The castle at this time of year feels different, special. You spot a few other students who decided to stay. They look older, 6th years probably. One of them is talking about a party at the Shrieking Shack. It's going to be legendary this year, mate. I heard there's even going to be a couple of blokes from Durmstrang coming. A tall, lanky Slytherin whispers. Oh, come off it. It's going to be the usual crowd and some fire whiskey, like it is every year. His friend shoots back, rolling his eyes. You laugh quietly and continue along your way. No prefects were patrolling the corridors right now. And you'd always wanted to try that hidden shortcut to the castle kitchens your brother had told you about. He'd teased you about it for weeks, claiming it was the best hidden secret in the castle, if you like food. Apparently, all you needed to do was tickle the pair on a particularly dull-looking portrait near the end of the hallway. Your footsteps barely echo as you make your way to the painting. It depicts a rather unremarkable fruit bowl, its colours faded and peeling from the years. Just as your brother described, a green pear is sitting there, nestled in between the other fruits. You glance over your shoulder one last time, then tentatively reach out and brush your fingers across its surface. To your astonishment, the pear giggles. A soft, high-pitched sound. And the painting swings open to reveal a low, rounded archway. Ducking inside, you find yourself in the Hogwarts kitchens. The space is massive, and it's a perfect mirror of the Great Hall above, with long wooden tables stretching across the room. House elves dart between them with surprising speed. Their movements so synchronized, it almost feels like a carefully choreographed dance. Enchanted platters hover in mid-air, right above the tables, overflowing with the food destined for tonight's feast. The aromas are intoxicating, and you feel your mouth water. Your stomach lets out an unflattering grumble. Meats glisten under the golden glow of magical lanterns, their juices pooling beneath crispy skins, seasoned with thyme and rosemary. Massive tureens of creamy potato soup are being stirred by elves perched on high stools, while another group works on trays of fresh baked bread. You spot crusty loaves dotted with sesame seeds and a golden challah braid so perfect it could have been made by magic alone. Desserts line one side of the room, already in different stages of completion and assembly. There are pumpkin pastries cooling on racks, treacle tarts with lattice tops, and a towering stack of chocolate eclairs oozing custard. An elf works diligently on a 3-tiered cake, carefully piping roses in pale lavender icing. One house elf pauses mid-step, catching sight of you near the doorway. His oversized ears twitch and his eyes narrow. But the hint of a smirk betrays his true feelings. "Don't let us catch you nicking anything," he says, wagging a long finger in mock reprimand. You get the sense that despite his words, his voice is warm, tinged with the pride of someone eager to share their craft. You smile, stepping back into the hallway and letting the doors swing shut. You climb the sweeping staircases, careful to avoid the trick step on the 4th floor that had nearly claimed your bag last week. The walls are humming with their usual magic, and portraits murmur amongst themselves, some offering lazy greetings as you pass. One particularly cantankerous knight grumbles something, but you pay him no mind. When you finally reach the corridor that leads to the Gryffindor common room, the familiar sight of the fat lady in her pink silk dress greets you. Her frame is set snugly into the worn stone wall. Her cheeks slightly flushed, as if she's just come from a lively party within her frame. She notices you immediately. "Staying here, then?" she says with a knowing smile. "I hope you won't get up to any mischief." You grin sheepishly, knowing better than to try and deny it. "Password?" she prompts, leaning forward ever so slightly. "Valiant heart," you reply. And with a satisfied nod, she swings aside, revealing the circular entrance to the common room. You clamber through, the familiar warmth of the space and that sense of comfort washing over you. As soon as you step inside, the common room is predictably almost empty. The light cascades across the scarlet and gold drapery and the overstuffed chairs. But there's a girl from your year in the corner, curled up on a plush armchair with a book in hand. You take a closer look at the cover. It's the Defense Against the Dark Arts textbook. You throw your hands up disbelievingly. The semester is over and she's still studying. She throws you a defensive look and shrugs. "Gotta stay ahead, doing some readings before next term starts," she mutters. You grin and shake your head, before collapsing onto your favorite couch, the one closest to the fire with a slightly sagging cushion that fits perfectly beneath you. Two fellow Gryffindors clamber in, chasing each other. "Grab your broomstick and let's go," one of them yells after the other, who's already halfway up the spiral stairway to the boys' dormitory. The fire across from you sputters and dances hypnotically, and you find yourself dozing off in the late afternoon sun, eyelids drooping shut after a long day. You wake up a couple of hours later. Your limbs feel heavy, and you're so comfortable lounging on the couch with one arm dangling off the side. It had snowed while you were out, really snowed. Outside the common room window, all you can see is the icy white glow of a winter announcing its arrival. You'd planned to spend the evening in quiet solitude. Maybe catch up on the latest installments of your favorite Muggle magazines. But it suddenly feels very quiet and lonely. Even the girl who's been studying in the corner is gone now. Maybe you should find a few of your remaining friends to share the start of the holidays. Winter break, after all, shouldn't begin with you moping by yourself. Grabbing your scarf and gloves, you wrap yourself up warmly and head towards the castle courtyard. The evening air is crisp, and as you make your way to the center, you see a group of students from different houses gathered near the fountain. Someone's enchanted the water to freeze mid-spray, forming a glittering sculpture of ice arching into the air. "Thought you'd hold yourself up in your tower," says Amelia, a Ravenclaw with sharp eyes and a dry sense of humor. She offers you a mug of something steaming. "Hot butterbeer. You're welcome." You take it gratefully, letting the warmth seep into your hands. The conversation flows easily as others join in, voices carrying over the snowy courtyard. An overzealous Gryffindor pelts a friend with a hastily packed snowball. The shriek of surprise is followed by another snowball and then another, until it's no longer a suggestion but an unspoken agreement. A snowball fight is on. Chaos erupts. You barely have time to set your mug down safely before ducking behind a low stone wall, quickly scooping up snow and shaping it into a rough sphere. You peek over the wall to aim, only to be hit squarely in the shoulder by a well-aimed shot. Amelia cackles from across the courtyard, clearly the culprit. "You'll regret that," you shout, grinning as you lob your own snowball in retaliation. It misses by a mile, but it doesn't matter. Laughter and shouts echo off the castle walls, and for a moment, it feels as though the cold doesn't exist, and you're laughing as icy projectiles fly in all directions. Snow exploding into glittering puffs against cloaks, scarves, and hair. By the time you retreat back inside, cheeks flushed and shoulders dusted with snow, the castle feels even warmer, alive in a way that makes you glad you stayed. A few minutes later, as you sit down for the evening feast, the hall is way quieter than usual. Only a handful of students are still here, spread out across the 4 long tables. The food is no less magnificent though, and you savor every bite. From the rich, spicy stews to the decadent chocolate pudding melting on your tongue. A grey Scottish fold cat that had been roaming beneath the tables suddenly bounds up, edging towards the leftovers on your plate. It licks up what's left of the pudding, then settles comfortably in your lap, purring softly and twitching its little ears. You pet it gently, delighted that out of all the people in the hall, it chose you. One of your friends, a cheeky Slytherin named Alicent Ebenlock, gives you a shy wave from across the tables. She quickly hides the gesture before the older Slytherins notice and make fun of her. You smile to yourself, knowing you'll have one of your secret meetups later. And besides, she'd told you about a party the Slytherins were having in the dungeons tonight, and she'd promised to sneak you in. You still had your doubts. This was obviously breaking the rules and would cost Gryffindor a whole load of house points if you were caught. But you remember her eyes bright and excited when she told you about it, and how you'd promised yourself that you'd come out of your shell a little this year. It's going to be brilliant. Some of the older students are hosting. You'll fit right in, trust me. You'd agreed, and it wasn't like you to back out of a promise. But as the meal winds down and the plates clear, a pang of homesickness creeps in. You think of your mum's laugh, your dad's terrible jokes, and the way the fireplace at home crackles just a little louder. Usually around this time, your mum would be asking 1,001 questions about what you'd learned during the term, how your professors were, and whether you'd gotten into any trouble, while your dad would be watching Muggle sports and pretending to listen to your brother Theodore brag about everything he'd accomplished at the ministry this year. You toy with the sleeves of your robe, feeling just a slight bit of guilt. You're going to write them a letter, you decide. And a gift. You've got to send a gift back home. That idea cheers you up, and you know exactly where to find the perfect present. Tomorrow, you'll head to Hogsmeade Village and do some shopping. But for now, you have a party to attend. The headmaster claps his hands, signaling the end of the feast, and everyone begins to scramble out. Some headed to an early night in bed, others for a lively game of wizard's chess in their common rooms, and others, like you, were off to make memories. You make your way carefully to the spot you'd agreed to meet with Alison. It's the hallway on the second floor of the castle, right under the painting of some serious-looking wizard called Harry Potter. Apparently, he'd saved the school or something a couple of decades ago. You tap your foot nervously, watching the ends of the hallway for any sign of your friend. You weren't doing anything wrong, technically, but good luck explaining that to the grouchy caretaker if he found you loitering about. Suddenly, she rounds the corner and flashes you a grin as she half runs, half walks towards you. Without a word, she rushes past you and motions for you to follow her. You follow Alison down the winding corridors. She leads you not toward the Slytherin common room, but to an abandoned girls' bathroom on the second floor. The sound of dripping water echoes eerily as you step inside. "Why are we?" You begin, but Alison cuts you off, nodding toward a stall door. "Had to grab something," she says, pulling out a parcel from beneath her robes. "Put these on." She shoves the bundle into your hands, revealing a set of pristine Slytherin robes, slightly too large but still immaculate. You blink. "Where did you even get these?" She shrugs. "Let's just say there's a 7th year who'll be looking for them tomorrow. Now come on, before Moaning Myrtle catches us in here and we have to hear the story of the boy who lived again." Before you can protest, she pushes you into a stall, then steps out to give you some privacy. The robes feel heavier than your own, the fabric finer. And when you catch your reflection in the cracked mirror, you almost don't recognize yourself. "You look the part," Alison says approvingly when you step out, her smile smug. "Let's go." You've never seen the Slytherin common rooms, so you didn't really know what to expect. But judging by your friend's reactions, no expense had been spared. Green and silver banners hang from the walls, enchanted to shimmer like water. The wide windows gave a breathtaking but honestly creepy view of the Black Lake outside. The giant squid floated past every now and then, peering in with a large, angry eye, as though annoyed that he hadn't been invited. The low light of floating candles cut through the greenish gloom, and the sound of laughter and music fills the air around you. Older students lounge on the couches, their goblets of butterbeer or fire whiskey clinking as they toast to the holidays. A few girls with raven black hair shoot you curious looks before going back to their private conversations. You try to keep your head down, you really do, but it doesn't take long for someone to notice. A tall, sharp-featured boy with hair slicked back in the way only a Slytherin could pull off steps into your path. His arms crossed. "Haven't seen you around before," he says. His voice is silky smooth, but it holds the weight of authority. "What year are you?" Your mind blanks, but before you can stammer out an answer, Alicent elbows you, her grin never faltering. "New transfer," she says breezily. "Is that so?" His eyes narrow slightly, but then he shrugs. "Well, welcome. Try not to embarrass us." With that, he strolls away, leaving you slightly breathless. "Smooth," Alicent whispers, suppressing a laugh. "You're a natural." The night passes in a blur. You watch as a few students compete in raucous games of wizard chess, way more violent than the kind you usually saw in the Great Hall. There were daring challenges too, the kind that would have gotten you a month's worth of detentions, if not suspended, had a teacher seen them. Alicent pulls you toward a group clustered around a shadowy alcove, where a boy is nervously holding a hand outstretched. The challenge is reaching into a box covered with wriggling runes and pulling out whatever's inside without flinching. The box lets out a low growl, and someone whispers, "Last time, it was a boggart." You manage to hold your own in a debate about Quidditch with an older girl, the captain and seeker of the Slytherin team, it turns out, who seems impressed that you even know the names of some international teams. But it's not all light-hearted fun. As the party carries on, you notice the subtle glances between a few students, the whispered conversations that fall silent when you pass. You catch a few words and phrases here and there like, "Nocturne Alley, saw something moving in the shadows, Forbidden Forest." The atmosphere shifts, and you can't shake the feeling that some of these students have secrets way more dangerous than a stolen set of robes. By the time the party begins to wind down, you're both exhilarated and exhausted. Alicent tugs your arm, pulling you toward the exit. "You were a hit," she says with a grin. "But next time, maybe don't stare at people like they're about to cast a hex on you. Maybe they shouldn't look like they're about to." You reply, earning a laugh. She waves goodbye, and you hurry back to your dorms, already feeling the glee of gloating about attending an underground Slytherin party. Not even Theodore could say he'd done that. Well, he probably had, actually. But still. You're absolutely spent by the time you get in bed, and you're out the moment your head hits the pillow. The morning dawns cold and bright, a thin veil of frost glittering on the windows. You wake groggily in your dorm, still wearing the borrowed Slytherin robes from last night. The light is so bright, painfully so. Definitely too much fire whiskey. You mumble to yourself, despite only having had one drink, and only because Alicent had dared you to. You groan, pulling yourself upright. The party feels like a fever dream, but the day ahead offers no time for second guessing. Today, you'll write to your family and make good on your promise to pick out the perfect gift in Hogsmeade. You bundle up in your thickest gloves and boots and head down to the Great Hall for a quick breakfast. It's your favourite, steaming porridge with a dash of honey and a cup of hot chocolate so rich it clings to the back of your spoon. The walk to the village is calming to you, and you always choose to take the long way, even though you know some of the shortcuts. You pull your cloak tighter, gloved hands stuffed into your pockets, and set out toward the village, boots crunching through freshly fallen snow. The distant caw of a crow perched on a skeletal tree branch. It all reminds you of the magic you're surrounded by, quite literally. The chill bites at your cheeks, but it's not unpleasant. The air is sharp and clean, invigorating. Hogsmeade comes into view slowly, its rooftops peeking out from behind rolling hills of snow. The village looks like a postcard, so you stand there for a couple of minutes, just to admire the view. Its maze-like streets are lined with shops draped in garlands, icicles catching the light like enchanted diamonds. A faint melody drifts from Zonko's joke shop, where an enchanted gramophone belts out a cheery Christmas tune. You can see the plumes of smoke rising from the chimneys of the Three Broomsticks, promising warmth and butterbeer to anyone willing to brave the cold. You make your way down the bustling high street, dodging other students wrapped in thick scarves, their arms piled high with parcels. Somewhere, a clock chimes softly, marking the hour. Your first stop is Scrivenshafts. You like it here. The earthy smell of parchment mixes perfectly with the woody tang of freshly sharpened quills. The shop is quiet, its shelves lined with ink pots. The dark contents catch the light ever so faintly. You pick up a quill engraved with runic symbols that glow softly when touched, thinking it might be perfect for Mum. She always did love writing letters, but somehow it doesn't feel quite right. Next, you wander into Honeydukes, and it's busy as ever, of course. The sweet scent of chocolate wafting from the doorway always draws you in. Inside, every counter is stacked high with sugar quills, acid pops, and chocolate frogs, their enchanted wrappers glittering like frost. You consider a box of fizzing Whizbees for Dad. He'd appreciate the novelty. But again, you hesitate. Sweets seem too fleeting for a proper gift. It's only when you catch sight of the small, unassuming storefront of Spindle's Curiosities that you pause. The window is dimly lit, cluttered with a whole assortment of enchanted odds and ends. Something about it just pulls at you. The bell over the door gives a soft chime as you enter, and the shopkeeper, a stooped man with a long, wispy beard, looks up from behind the counter. His spectacles sit askew on his nose, and he gives you a nod before returning to his work. The shop has this really subtle, muted smell, like old wood and cinnamon. Shelves rise up on either side of you, packed with everything from enchanted hourglasses to quills that write on their own. You wander, letting your fingers trail over polished surfaces and strange artifacts. Then you see it. Tucked away on a low shelf is a small, delicate box made of dark wood. Its surface is inlaid with silver filigree that reflects the low lights. And as you lift it, you notice the faint hum of magic under your fingertips. The shopkeeper shuffles over as you examine it. "A memory box," he says, his voice soft with a slight rasp. "Old magic, but reliable. Place a photograph, a letter, or even a small trinket inside, and the box will preserve the memory tied to it. When opened, it plays the memory back, images, sounds, even scents. That's the only one we've got, you know. Takes an entire week to enchant just one." You run your fingers over the smooth wood, imagining Mum and Dad opening the box to find something of home. A piece of Hogwarts, maybe, or a letter in your handwriting. It feels right. Personal. "How much?" you ask. The price is steep, but you don't hesitate. You pay the galleons from the small pouch you've been saving all term and carefully tuck the box into your satchel. On your way back to the castle, you catch sight of Felix Cresswell. He's a Ravenclaw in your year. Someone who'd decided the two of you would be enemies since the moment you'd stepped foot in the castle. You don't even remember the why or how, only that he'd been your sworn nemesis since first year. Every exam, every Quidditch match, every passing glance in the hallway was a battle you were determined to win. Maybe it was silly to hold on to a grudge that had formed when you were 11, but it was a matter of principle, really. Felix is leaning casually against a stone pillar, tossing a small enchanted ball between his hands. His friends are gathered around, laughing as they take turns trying to catch it mid-air. Except the ball zips away at the last second, dodging their grasp like it has a mind of its own. One of them finally manages to snatch it, only for it to burst into a puff of harmless sparks, sending the group into another round of laughter. As the ball reforms in Felix's hand, he spots you. He smirks, mutters something to his friends, and they all snicker in your direction. You don't know what he said, but you make a mental note of that smug expression, vowing to wipe it off his face when the opportunity came. Preferably some other time you weren't outnumbered 3-1. The castle is restless tonight. You can feel it as you follow the familiar way back toward your common room. The memory box is tucked safely under one arm, while your mind is preoccupied with the words you'll write in your letter. But something about the way the hallway stretches ahead, too straight, too predictable, stirs an itch in the back of your mind. You pause at the top of a staircase. The thought comes unbidden. What if I took a little detour? The idea feels harmless at first, like an idle whim. But as you turn down a corridor you rarely use, a strange feeling rises in your chest. Not fear, not exactly, but the sense that you're stepping off the path, that something unseen is nudging you forward. You find yourself in an older wing of the castle, where the stone underfoot is more uneven, worn down by centuries of footsteps. The torches here burn lower, sending ribbons of light over faded paintings and statues. You're about to turn back when something stops you. A doorway you've never noticed before, small and inconspicuous, set into the wall at an odd angle. It doesn't look locked, just forgotten. Your fingers graze the cold iron handle, and the door creaks open with a sound that makes your stomach flip. Beyond is a narrow stairwell spiraling downward. The air here is cooler, damp. You hesitate only for maybe just a second before stepping inside. The staircase goes down further than you expect, each turn taking you deeper into the belly of the castle. The only sound you hear is the scrape of your shoes against the steps. Just as you start to wonder if you should turn back, the stairs end abruptly, opening into a low-ceilinged chamber. The room is weird, its walls rough and unfinished. It's as if the castle stopped here mid-construction. But in its center stands a curious structure. A stone plinth surrounded by a shallow, circular basin. The basin is filled with water so still it could be glass, and the plinth itself is etched with unfamiliar carvings, their patterns winding upward like vines. On the top of the plinth, you see an object. It's covered with a heavy, moth-eaten cloth. And even from where you stand, you can see how the fabric has gathered layers of dust. Your heart beats a little faster. What could be hidden here? So intentionally placed but seemingly abandoned. You step closer, landing each footstep so gently. When you finally pull the cloth aside, the air feels heavier, like the room itself was holding its breath. Beneath it lies a hand mirror. Its silver frame is tarnished, the surface of the glass dark and dull. But as you lean in, something stirs in its depths. Not a reflection, but the faintest flicker of movement. Your pulse thunders in your ears as you lift the mirror. You feel the weight solid and cold in your hands. You don't know why. But the longer you look, the more certain you feel that the mirror is looking back at you, studying you, plotting something. Then it happens. A sound, faint but distinct, from somewhere above. No, from the side. From below. You don't know. A scrape, a shuffle. Like someone or something moving nearby. You freeze, the mirror still in your hands, and strain your ears for another sound. But the silence that follows is complete. Panic surges through you. Whatever this place is, you're definitely not meant to be here. You place the mirror back on the plinth, carefully, as though the very act might summon something, and turn to leave. The stairs feel steeper on the way up, and by the time you reach the doorway, your legs ache and your breath comes shallow. When you finally step back into the safety of the corridor, the door swings shut behind you with a muted thud. You glance over your shoulder, half expecting it to disappear entirely. But it remains as it was. a plain, unremarkable thing. The corridor looks the same as ever, but you can't shake the feeling that you've brought something of that hidden chamber back with you. When you reach the common room, the warmth of the fire is a welcome balm. You sit in your usual chair, the memory box resting in your lap, and stare into the flames. The castle is full of mysteries, you remind yourself, and not all of them are meant to be solved. Tonight, you've had enough adventure for a lifetime. You sit back and watch with hooded, tired eyes as the other students shuffle about the room. One of them was wrist deep in a box of Bertie Bott's every flavour beans, grimacing as they cautiously nibble on one while flipping through a muggle novel about vampires. In the corner, a group of fifth years is practicing a silencing charm with wildly varying success. One of them has accidentally silenced themselves and is now gesturing frantically for help. By the window, a pair of sixth years are half hidden by the heavy curtains. Snogging, probably. Closer to the fire, you see a younger student sprawled on the rug with their parchment and quill, doodling a series of increasingly absurd dragons that puff tiny, animated bursts of smoke into the air. You remind yourself that you've got your own letter to write. Snapping out of your haze, you grab an ink pot from your bag and sit cross-legged, the tip of your quill poised on top of the parchment. For the first time all semester, you let yourself acknowledge how much you miss home. It's not just Mum's endless stream of questions or Dad's good-natured ribbing, it's everything. The smell of your dad's homemade pizza, the music that your mum loves to play in the morning, even your brother's endless teasing and self-importance. It all felt simpler around them somehow. You sigh and press the nib to the page. Dear Mum and Dad, and Theodore you add in between brackets. I hope you're all keeping warm and well. I've been meaning to write for a little while now. But the castle has a way of keeping you busy, even when it's practically empty. It's beautiful here in the snow, and there's something magical about Hogwarts in the winter. You'd love it, I think. But I miss you. More than I realized I would. I thought staying for the holidays would be an adventure. And it has been, in a way. But it's strange without you. I even missed Dad's commentary over the news on Muggle Telly. I found something today that reminded me of you. It's a memory box, enchanted, of course. I thought it might be a nice way to send you a piece of Hogwarts, to keep something of me with you, even when I'm far away. I hope you'll like it. I'm sorry I stayed behind this year, but I've got loads to share with you when I see you. All my love, your hopelessly sentimental child. The words dry on the parchment, and you fold it carefully, tucking it into the memory box alongside a holly sprig. The act feels final, like sealing away a piece of yourself to send across the miles. You place the box gently on the table and sink back into the chair, exhaustion creeping into your bones. The fire's warmth lulls you, its crackle soft and steady, and your eyelids grow heavy. You try to fight it at first. There's still so much to do, so much to explore after all. but the pull of sleep is insistent. Before you know it, your head rests against the chair's back, and the world fades into a quiet blur of dreams. You wake to the faint light of dawn streaming through the common room windows. The castle is still wrapped in a hush, the kind that comes only in the earliest hours. You feel like the only person awake, in the whole world maybe. The memory box sits where you left it. After bundling up in your cloak and scarf, you retrieve the box and head out into the castle. Even the paintings are still asleep, their inhabitants snoozing and snoring as you make your way to the owlery. The climb is as familiar as it is steep. The stairs spiral upward endlessly, narrowing with every turn. It's extra chilly today, and by the time you reach the top, your cheeks are numb and your fingers stiff. The owlery is open to the sky, its arched windows framing the snow-covered grounds below. Dozens of owls perch on the wooden beams above, their feathers ruffling as you enter. The unpleasant smell of straw, feathers, and droppings is thankfully muted in the crisp bite of winter wind. You glance around until you spot your family's tawny owl nestled among the others. "Here you are," you murmur, holding out your arm. The owl hops down gracefully, tilting its head as if to inspect you. You secure the memory box to its leg with careful hands, checking the knots twice to be sure. "Take this to Mum and Dad, all right?" you say, softly. The owl hoots in reply. Its large amber eyes meet yours for a moment before it spreads its wings. You step back as it takes off, its flight smooth and swift as it disappears into the pale morning sky. You stay for a moment, watching until the owl is just a speck against the horizon. The climb down from the owlery feels lighter than the climb up. The cold, bracing air had cleared your mind, sharpening every thought. But now, as you descend the spiraling stone steps, there's a growing warmth within you. You pause at one of the castle's many arched windows, resting your hand against the frosted stone ledge. Below you, Hogwarts stretches out like a dream. The rooftops shine with the morning's moisture, and the snow blankets the grounds in a beautiful, pristine white. From this height, you can see the paths winding toward the Forbidden Forest. The frozen surface of the Black Lake like a sheet of glass. Smoke curls lazily from the groundskeeper's hut. You watch as other students cross the grounds in pairs or small groups, their cloaks whipping about in the breeze. Most of them are heading toward Hogsmeade, eager to soak up the last of the holiday cheer before settling in for the long weeks of January. But then your gaze shifts and you glance down the corridor, lit only by the weak winter sun filtering through. For all its mysteries, its shifting staircases and secret rooms, Hogwarts has a way of reminding you that it's more than a place. It's an experience, one that shapes you. This year, you realize, staying behind had been the right choice. You'd needed to see Hogwarts this way, stripped of its usual noise and bustle, its quieter corners exposed for what they were. You'd needed the time to miss home, to let that ache grow just enough to remind you why it mattered so much. You lean your head back against the cold stone and close your eyes, letting the sounds of the castle wash over you. Somewhere down the corridor, a suit of armor shifts with a faint clatter. A faint breeze stirs the banners hanging above the stairs. Next year, you'll go back for the holidays. Because as much as Hogwarts feels like a home, it's not home. Not in the way they are. With that thought warming you, you push off the ledge and make your way down the corridor. Maybe you'll head to the library for some quiet reading, or join Alicent and the others for a Quidditch pickup match. The possibilities right now felt endless. Let's take a journey together, stepping away from the noise and rush of daily life and into a realm of calm and endless enchantment. Settle into a cozy spot, whether seated or lying down, wherever you can feel truly at ease. Softly close your eyes and take a moment to center yourself. Inhale deeply, feeling the fresh air fill your lungs, and then exhale slowly, releasing any tension with each breath. Feel your body sinking into relaxation. Your shoulders, your arms, your legs, all becoming delightfully light and relaxed. As your body settles, envision yourself in the enchanting world of Hogwarts. Picture the Great Hall, its ceiling enchanted to reflect the sky above, filled with twinkling stars and floating candles casting a warm, inviting glow. Feel the comfort of the long wooden benches and the sense of community as students chat and laugh over a sumptuous feast. Now, let your mind wander to the tranquil and mysterious Forbidden Forest. Tall ancient trees loom overhead, their leaves whispering secrets in the gentle breeze. Feel the cool, soft earth beneath your feet and the crisp scent of pine and moss filling the air. Hear the distant calls of magical creatures, weaving a symphony of nature's magic. Next, imagine the quiet sanctuary of the Hogwarts Library. The scent of aged parchment and leather-bound books envelops you, and the soft light of magical lanterns casts a soothing glow. Picture yourself nestled in a cozy corner, an ancient tome open on your lap, the pages filled with spells and secrets waiting to be discovered. Then drift to the bustling warmth of the castle kitchens. The space is rich with the aroma of baking bread and simmering stews. House elves move about with swift, practiced grace, preparing feasts for the students. Feel the warmth of the ovens and the comforting hum of activity as you sneak a taste of a freshly baked pastry, the sweetness bringing a smile to your face. Finally, envision the potions classroom in the cool, dim dungeons. Shelves are lined with jars of strange ingredients, and the soft glow of cauldrons bubble with mysterious brews. The air is laden with the scent of herbs and potions, a blend of mystery and possibility. Feel the cool stone floor beneath your feet and the quiet concentration of students working on their latest magical concoction. As you breathe deeply, allow the worries and stresses of your day to melt away. Inhale the comforting, magical sense of Hogwarts. Exhale slowly, feeling the weight of your body sink into your seat, your muscles loosening with each breath. The warmth and safety of this magical place wrap around you, and the distant sounds of life at Hogwarts soothe your mind. Feel your heart rate slow to match the rhythm of the magical world around you. Now, fully immersed in this tranquil setting, you are ready to join Lila Ashwood on her first wondrous year of school. Lila Ashwood was an ordinary girl, living in the quaint village of Wimborne, a place where the hustle and bustle of the outside world seemed a distant echo. The village was a tapestry of cobblestone streets, charming cottages, and gardens that bloomed with an array of vibrant flowers, tended lovingly by the villagers. Lila never imagined her life would take such an extraordinary turn, until the day her mother handed her a peculiar, ancient-looking box. It was a warm summer evening, and Lila was helping her mother, Eliza, clean out the attic. Dust particles danced in the rays of the setting sun that filtered through the small attic window. They had uncovered old photo albums, forgotten toys, and a myriad of knickknacks. When Eliza paused, her hand resting on a small, ornate box hidden beneath an old quilt. "Lila," her mother said softly, her voice carrying a hint of hesitation. "There's something I need to show you." Lila turned to her mother, curiosity piqued. Eliza carefully lifted the box and placed it on a nearby table. The box was made of dark wood, intricately carved with mysterious symbols that seemed to glow faintly. Eliza opened the box, revealing a letter made of thick, creamy parchment. With trembling hands, Lila picked up the letter and began to read. "Dear Miss Ashwood, we are pleased to inform you that you have been accepted at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Please find enclosed a list of all necessary books and equipment. Term begins on September 1st. We await your owl by no later than July 31st. Yours sincerely, Minerva McGonagall, Deputy Headmistress." Lila stared at the letter in disbelief. What is this? A wizard? Me? Eliza sighed, her eyes filled with a mixture of love and regret. Lila, there's something I've never told you about our family. Magic runs in our bloodline. I was a witch myself, and so was your grandmother. I left the magical world to live a simpler life, but I always knew the day might come when you would be called to follow in our footsteps. Lila's mind raced with questions. But why didn't you tell me? Why keep it a secret? Her mother smiled sadly. I wanted to protect you, to give you a chance at a normal life. But now that your letter has arrived, it's time for you to embrace who you truly are. Clutching the letter, Lila felt a surge of excitement and curiosity. Her heart pounded as she realized the implications of her mother's words. So I'm really going to Hogwarts? Eliza nodded, her eyes sparkling with pride. Yes, my dear, and I will help you prepare. The next day, the Ashwoods made their way to Diagon Alley, a hidden street teeming with magical energy and wonder. As they stepped through the enchanted entrance, Lila's eyes widened in amazement. The street was alive with activity. Witches and wizards bustled about, their robes swishing as they hurried from shop to shop. The air was filled with the scents of exotic spices, the chatter of excited children, and the occasional burst of colorful magic from a nearby vendor. They passed shops selling all manner of magical goods, from potion ingredients to enchanted brooms. Lila marveled at the display windows, filled with shimmering cauldrons, spellbooks bound in dragon hide, and enchanted quills that wrote on their own. She could hardly contain her excitement. Lila, watch out for that, Eliza began, but it was too late. Lila had walked straight into a display of self-stirring cauldrons, sending them clattering to the ground. I'm so sorry, Lila exclaimed, her face turning bright red. A shopkeeper hurried over, laughing as he waved his wand to set the cauldrons right. No harm done, dear. First time in Diagon Alley? Lila nodded, still embarrassed. Yes, it's all so amazing. I didn't see where I was going. Eliza chuckled. Let's try to avoid causing any more magical mishaps, shall we? They continued down the street, and Lila couldn't resist poking her head into every shop they passed. At one point, she stopped in front of a display of enchanted mirrors that offered compliments to passers-by. Why, hello there, beautiful, one mirror said as Lila approached. You have such lovely hair. Lila giggled. Why, thank you, Miss Mirror. You're too kind. Eliza shook her head, smiling. Come on, Lila. We still have a lot to get done. Eventually, they arrived at a quaint, ivy-covered shop with a sign that read Rose's Wand Emporium. The door creaked open, and they stepped inside. The shop was dimly lit, with shelves lined with narrow boxes, each containing a wand. The air was thick with the scent of polished wood and old magic. An elderly witch with silver hair and twinkling blue eyes greeted them. "Ah, welcome. You must be Lila Ashwood," she said, her voice warm and welcoming. "I'm Rose. Come, let's find the wand that chooses you." Lila followed Rose to a small, circular table, covered with a rich burgundy cloth. The shop's atmosphere was cozy and intimate. The walls adorned with ancient tapestries and flickering candles. Rose began pulling out wands, each one more beautiful than the last, and handing them to Lila. She tried several, but none seemed quite right. Some sparked weakly, others did nothing at all. Then Rose handed her a wand made of willow wood with a core of unicorn hair. The moment Lila held it, she felt a rush of warmth, and a gentle breeze seemed to swirl around her, lifting her hair slightly. "Ah, yes," Rose said with a knowing smile. "Willow and unicorn hair, 10¼ inches. Perfectly suited for you, my dear." Lila beamed, clutching her new wand. She felt a deep connection to it, as if it were an extension of her own self. Eliza, watching her daughter's excitement, couldn't help but add, "Just try not to accidentally turn the cat into a toad when you practice, all right?" Lila laughed, her eyes sparkling with joy. "No promises, Mum, but I'll try my best." She could hardly wait to begin her magical education, her mind already brimming with dreams of the adventures that awaited her at Hogwarts. As summer turned to autumn, the time came for Lila to depart for Hogwarts. The journey to the school was an adventure in itself. Arriving at King's Cross Station, Lila stood before the barrier between platforms 9 and 10, clutching her trolley nervously. Her mother gave her a reassuring smile. "Just to run straight at the barrier, dear," Eliza said softly. With a deep breath, Lila ran toward the barrier, and, to her astonishment, passed right through it. On the other side, she found herself standing on platform 9¾ a bustling hub of students and families. The Hogwarts Express, a gleaming scarlet steam engine, stood ready to whisk them away to their magical new lives. Aboard the train, Lila found an empty compartment and settled in. The whistle blew, and the train chugged out of the station, leaving the Muggle world behind. As the countryside flashed by outside the window, Lila marveled at the rolling hills and distant forests, her heart fluttering with excitement. Not long into the journey, the trolley witch arrived, her cart laden with all sorts of magical sweets. Lila's eyes widened at the sight of chocolate frogs. Bertie Bott's every flavor beans and pumpkin pasties. She spent a few sickles on a handful of treats, eager to try them all. As she unwrapped a chocolate frog, the frog leapt from her hand, hopping around the compartment before she caught it with a giggle. She examined the collectible card that came with it, featuring a famous witch named Hermione Granger. Hours later, the train slowed to a halt, and the students disembarked at Hogsmeade Station. The first years were greeted by a short, stout figure with a bushy beard and kind eyes. His robes were a deep chocolate brown, covered with sparse specks of dirt and grass. He introduced himself as Garrick, the groundskeeper. His deep, booming voice carried across the crowd of nervous students. "Welcome to Hogwarts. I'm Garrick, and I'll be taking you across the lake to the castle," he announced, his voice filled with warmth. The journey across the Black Lake was both eerie and beautiful. The moonlight reflected off the water, casting an ethereal glow on the ancient stone walls of the castle. Lila's heart fluttered with a mix of nerves and excitement. She could hear the whispers and gasps of her fellow students as they took in the breathtaking sight of the castle, its turrets and towers reaching toward the star-studded sky. The boats glided smoothly to the shore, and the students disembarked, following Garrick up a steep, winding path to the massive wooden doors of the castle. As the doors swung open with a creak, the warm glow of candlelight spilled out, welcoming them into the grandeur of Hogwarts. The Great Hall was a marvel to behold. Its ceiling, enchanted to mirror the night sky, was filled with twinkling stars and drifting clouds. 4 long tables stretched the length of the hall, each adorned with the colors and banners of the 4 houses: Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, and Slytherin. At the far end of the hall stood a raised platform where the teachers sat, with a large golden throne-like chair in the center for the headmaster. Professor McGonagall, a stern-looking witch with her hair pulled into a tight bun, stood beside a stool with an old frayed hat resting on it. The students gathered in front of her, their whispers echoing through the hall. "Welcome to Hogwarts," Professor McGonagall began, her voice carrying a tone of authority and just a hint of warmth. "When I call your name, you will come forward, put on the sorting hat, and be sorted into your house." The hall fell silent as she began to read from a scroll. One by one, the students were called up, the hat placed on their heads, and their houses declared. Lila felt her heart race as she waited for her turn, her palms sweating with anticipation. Lila Ashwood, Professor McGonagall called. Lila walked forward, her legs feeling like jelly. She sat on the stool, and the sorting hat was placed on her head. It felt oddly warm and alive, its ancient magic tingling against her skin. Let's see, the hat mused in her ear, its voice deep and thoughtful. Courage, yes, but also a thirst for knowledge, an insatiable curiosity. Better be Ravenclaw. The Ravenclaw table erupted in cheers. Lila smiled and took her seat, feeling a surge of pride and relief. As she looked around, she couldn't help but notice a girl with sleek black hair and a sharp gaze being sorted into Slytherin. Their eyes met, and the girl gave a small, approving nod. Her name was Astrid Blackwood. Despite being in different houses, Lila and Astrid quickly became friends, thanks to an unexpected encounter in the library. One evening, Lila, lost in her curiosity, wandered into the forbidden section of the library. She was engrossed in an ancient, dusty tome when a stern voice startled her. "What do you think you're doing in here?" barked the library supervisor, a stern and mean old wizard named Argus Grimm. His eyes narrowed behind his thick spectacles. Lila's heart raced, and she stammered, I'm sorry, I didn't realize." Before she could finish, Astrid appeared, stepping smoothly between Lila and Grimm. "Professor Grimm, Lila and I were supposed to meet for a study session. She got lost looking for the magical creatures section." She lied smoothly. Grimm huffed, his eyes shifting between the two girls suspiciously. "Very well, but I'll be keeping an eye on you both. Off with you now." Astrid quickly ushered Lila out of the library, and once they were safely out of Grimm's sight, Lila turned to her savior. "Thank you, Astrid. I didn't know what I was going to do." Astrid shrugged, a small smile playing on her lips. "Don't mention it. I've been in trouble enough times myself to know how to get out of it. Just be careful next time." From that moment, the two girls were inseparable. They often met in the library to study and plan their adventures. And despite the rivalry between the other houses and Slytherin, they found strength in their differences. Their bond grew stronger as they shared their dreams and fears, supporting each other through the challenges of their first year. Even when an obnoxious Ravenclaw boy questioned if Lila was truly a Ravenclaw for being daft enough to be friends with a Slytherin, she replied with a grin, "If you spent as much time on your studies as you do on house rivalries, perhaps your potions grade wouldn't be at the bottom of the cauldron." Lila knew that what truly made her a Ravenclaw was her value of strong friendships, regardless of house. It showed the ability to see beyond labels and appreciate the unique qualities within Astrid and their friendship, embodying the Ravenclaw trait of valuing individualism and diverse thinking. And it didn't hurt that Astrid would also let Lila have her pumpkin juice during dinners. In their first potions class, held in the dark, dank dungeons, they met Professor Cadmus, the potions master. He was a tall, thin man with a piercing gaze and an air of mystery about him. His robes were deep green, and his voice was soft but commanding. Today, we will be brewing the draught of peace, Cadmus announced, his voice carrying a hint of intrigue. A delicate potion that requires precision and attention to detail. Lila, eager to impress, followed the instructions carefully. But in her excitement, she added too many moonstones to her draught of peace. Her potion bubbled and turned a vivid shade of pink instead of the expected silvery blue. Cadmus's eyes narrowed as he approached her cauldron. "Miss Ashwood, what have you done?" he asked, his voice calm, but with an undercurrent of curiosity. Lila stammered an apology, her face turning crimson. "I'm sorry, Professor. I must have miscounted the moonstones." To her surprise, Cadmus examined the potion closely, his expression unreadable. Then he addressed the class. "Although Miss Ashwood's potion is incorrectly made, it has a fascinating reaction not seen before. 10 points to Ravenclaw for innovative experimentation." Lila's eyes widened in surprise. Astrid, sitting at a nearby table, winked at her, a sly grin on her face. From that day, Cadmus regarded Lila with a hint of grudging respect, and she found herself more determined than ever to excel in his class. The weeks passed in a whirlwind of classes and discoveries. Lila found herself particularly excited about Defense Against the Dark Arts, a class filled with thrilling lessons on magical creatures, defensive spells, and dueling techniques. The class was taught by Professor Thorne, a sharp-witted witch with a mysterious past and an impressive collection of dark arts artifacts. One crisp morning, Professor Thorne announced a special treat for the students. "Today, we have a distinguished guest from the Ministry of Magic. I am pleased to introduce Harry Potter, head of the Auror Office." The room buzzed with excitement as Harry Potter, the legendary boy who lived, walked into the classroom. He was older than the stories depicted, with a few strands of silver in his hair, and the unmistakable lightning bolt scar still visible on his forehead. His presence commanded respect and admiration, Good morning, everyone, Harry greeted, his voice warm and friendly. It's an honor to be here at Hogwarts, a place that holds many memories for me. Today, I'll be sharing some insights into the world of auras and the importance of defense against the dark arts. He began with a fascinating account of his battles against dark wizards and creatures, illustrating his points with spells and charms that left the students in awe. Lila listened intently, her eyes wide with admiration and fascination. Harry's stories of bravery and resilience ignited a sense of determination within her. During a practical demonstration, Harry invited students to try their hand at casting a Patronus charm. No easy feat for a bunch of first years. The Patronus charm is one of the most powerful defensive spells used to ward off Dementors, he explained. It requires a focus on your happiest memory. Lila stepped forward, her wand at the ready. She concentrated hard, recalling the summers spent with her grandmother. She focused on a simple memory, one where she was helping her grandmother bake during a lazy afternoon, the sun streaming in through the kitchen window as her grandmother's laughter filled the air, a sound sweeter than the pastries being made. "Expecto Patronum," she cried, and to her astonishment, a silvery, mist-like shape began to form at the tip of her wand. It wasn't fully formed, but it was a start. "Excellent effort, Miss Ashwood," Harry said, nodding approvingly. "Keep practicing, and you'll have a fully formed Patronus in no time." The lesson ended with a round of applause, and as the students filed out, Harry stopped Lila. "You have great potential, Lila. Keep up the good work, and always remember the power of your happiest memories." Lila beamed with pride, feeling inspired and more confident than ever. She found Astrid waiting for her outside the classroom, her eyes gleaming with excitement. "Wasn't that amazing?" Astrid exclaimed. "I can't believe we got to learn from Harry Potter himself." Lila nodded enthusiastically. "It was incredible. I wonder what my Patronus will end up being." The weeks turned into months, and Lila's first year at Hogwarts became an exhilarating blend of wonder, learning, and friendship. Winter had now fully settled over Hogwarts, transforming the castle and its grounds into a glittering wonderland. Snow draped the ancient stone walls like a soft white blanket, and the turrets and towers were capped with pristine, frosty peaks. The Black Lake had frozen over, its surface shimmering like a giant magical mirror reflecting the pale winter sky. Icicles hung from the eaves of the castle, glistening in the sunlight like enchanted crystals. Inside, the castle was warm and inviting. Fires crackled in every hearth, casting a golden glow, and filling the air with the scent of burning wood and pine. The halls were decorated with festive garlands of holly and ivy, and enchanted snowflakes drifted lazily from the enchanted ceiling of the great hall, disappearing just before they touched the floor. The warmth of the castle was a stark contrast to the icy world outside, creating a cozy haven for the students as they went about their daily routines. One chilly weekend, Lila and Astrid decided to explore Hogsmeade, the only all-wizarding village in Britain. Wrapped in warm robes and scarves, Lila and Astrid set off, their breath forming small clouds in the frosty air. The quaint village was alive with the chatter of students and the scent of freshly baked goods from honeydukes. The cobblestone streets were lined with charming shops, their windows filled with enticing displays of magical merchandise. Sweet aromas wafted from the numerous bakeries and confectionaries as students bustled about, their laughter and chatter filling the air. Lila and Astrid wandered into an old, musty bookstore, intrigued by its eclectic collection. The air inside was thick with the scent of aged parchment and leather-bound tomes. Shelves stretched from floor to ceiling, filled with books on every conceivable topic of magic. As they perused the aisles, Lila's attention was caught by an ancient, leather-bound book. As she pulled it from the shelf, a small, rolled-up parchment fell out, landing softly at her feet. "Astrid, look at this," Lila whispered, unrolling the parchment. It revealed a cryptic map of Hogwarts and Hogsmeade, marked with strange symbols and annotations. Astrid's eyes gleamed with excitement. "This is no ordinary map. I think it leads to something important." They spent hours poring over the map, trying to decipher its meaning. The symbols seemed to point to various locations around Hogwarts, but one symbol stood out. A large, ominous mark over the Forbidden Forest. "This must be the starting point," Astrid concluded. "Whatever this map is leading us to, it begins in the Forbidden Forest." Their curiosity piqued. They decided to follow the map, starting their journey in the Forbidden Forest. The eerie woods were silent, save for the rustling of leaves and the occasional hoot of an owl. The Forbidden Forest was seemingly immune to the winter's embrace, for it was not barren and bare. Instead, tall, twisted trees loomed over them, casting long shadows in the dim light of their lantern. The forest floor was carpeted with fallen leaves and thick underbrush, making their progress slow and cautious. Following the map's directions, they ventured deeper into the forest until they reached a hidden grove. The air in the grove felt different, charged with an ancient magic that made the hairs on the back of Lila's neck stand up. In the center of the grove stood an ancient stone archway, covered in moss and vines. Carved into the stone were the same symbols from the map. Lila traced the symbols with her wand, and the archway began to glow with a soft blue light. Stepping through, they found themselves in an underground chamber filled with glittering crystals and a massive, ornate door at the far end. The walls of the chamber sparkled as if embedded with countless tiny stars, casting a shimmering light that danced around the room. The door was inscribed with a riddle in ancient runes. What is guarded by the loyal, found by the brave, and desired by the ambitious? Astrid read aloud. They pondered the riddle, their breath visible in the cold, damp air. Friendship, Lila said suddenly. It's what brought us here. As if in response to her words, the door creaked open, revealing a room filled with enchanted artifacts and a pedestal holding a single glowing amulet. The amulet pulsed with a soft golden light, and Lila felt a surge of ancient magic as she reached out to take it. Just then, they heard footsteps echoing behind them. They turned to see the headmaster, Professor Godwin. He was a tall, formidable figure, with a well-groomed beard and half-moon spectacles. Now his eyes regarded them, twinkling with curiosity and a hint of amusement. "Well done, Miss Ashwood, Miss Blackwood," he said. "You've discovered one of Hogwarts' most well-guarded secrets. This amulet belonged to the founders and holds great power." Professor Godwin explained that the amulet was a symbol of unity and strength, embodying the very spirit of Hogwarts. He praised their bravery and resourcefulness, assuring them that their discovery would become an important part of the school's history, but that they mustn't go looking for more secrets. For some were much more well guarded and were not meant to be discovered. As they walked back to the castle with the headmaster, Lila felt a sense of accomplishment and wonder. Lila and Astrid exchanged a glance, knowing that their friendship had been forever strengthened by this adventure, and grateful that they hadn't gotten their houses into trouble. As the days grew longer and the end of the school year approached, Hogwarts buzzed with the excitement of exams and the promise of summer vacation. The castle, which had been Lila's home for the past year, was alive with the vibrant colours of spring. The grounds were dotted with blooming flowers, and the scent of fresh grass and budding blossoms filled the air. Lila and Astrid spent their final days at Hogwarts making the most of their time together. They revisited their favourite spots, from the bustling corridors of the castle to the serene shores of the Black Lake. They laughed, reminisced, and promised to stay in touch over the summer. On the last day of term, the Great Hall was filled with a festive atmosphere as students gathered for the end-of-year feast. The enchanted ceiling reflected the clear night sky, dotted with twinkling stars. Professor Dumbledore stood to address the students, his eyes twinkling with pride. Another year has come to a close, and I must say, it has been a remarkable one. To our first-year students, you have shown great courage, curiosity, and camaraderie. To our graduating students, we wish you the best in your future endeavors. And to everyone in between, enjoy your well-deserved summer break. The hall erupted in applause, and the feast began. Plates magically filled with delicious food, and students chatted excitedly about their summer plans. Lila felt a pang of sadness at the thought of leaving Hogwarts, but it was overshadowed by the anticipation of seeing her mother and sharing all the incredible experiences she had had. The next morning, Lila packed her trunk and made her way to the Hogwarts Express. The train station was filled with the hustle and bustle of students saying their goodbyes and promising to write. As she boarded the train, Lila found a compartment with Astrid and a few other friends. They spent the journey laughing, sharing stories, and making plans for the next school year. As the Hogwarts Express pulled into King's Cross Station, Lila felt a mixture of excitement and nostalgia. She stepped off the train, her heart swelling with emotion, as she spotted her mother waiting for her on the platform. Eliza Ashwood's eyes sparkled with joy as she enveloped Lila in a warm hug. "Welcome home, my darling," Eliza said, her voice filled with love and pride. "I can't wait to hear all about your adventures." Lila smiled, feeling the warmth of her mother's embrace. "Oh, Mum, there's so much to tell." The summer at Wimborne was a time of rest and reflection for Lila. The village was as quaint and charming as ever, with its cobblestone streets, blooming gardens, and the gentle hum of everyday life. Lila spent her days exploring the countryside, reading magical books under the shade of ancient trees, and helping her mother in the garden. In the evenings, they would sit by the fireplace, the flickering flames casting a cozy glow on the walls. Lila recounted her experiences at Hogwarts, from the awe of her first day to the thrill of discovering the hidden chamber. Eliza listened with rapt attention, her heart swelling with pride and happiness for her daughter. One evening, as the sun set over the village, casting a golden hue across the landscape, Lila and her mother sat on the porch, sipping hot cocoa. The air was filled with the scent of blooming flowers and the sound of crickets chirping. "I'm so proud of you, Lila," Eliza said softly. You've grown so much this year, and I can't wait to see what next year brings. Lila smiled, feeling a deep sense of contentment. As the summer days passed, Lila cherished every moment spent with her mother and friends in Wimborne. The time flew by, and soon it was time to prepare for another year at Hogwarts. But this time, Lila felt more confident and ready for the adventures that awaited her. On the eve of her departure, Lila stood in her room, packing her trunk once more. She glanced around, taking in the familiar surroundings, and feeling a sense of gratitude for the life she had both at home and at Hogwarts. Eliza entered the room, smiling as she saw her daughter preparing for another journey. Ready for another year, my brave witch? Lila nodded, ready and excited. As they made their way to King's Cross Station the next day, Lila felt a sense of anticipation and joy. She knew that Hogwarts held countless mysteries and adventures, and she was eager to uncover them all. But she also knew that no matter where her journey took her, she would always have a place to call home.